Y'all got the right one today. Hmm. Well, there's two people watching, but I'm sure that that number will increase. And let me give shout outs before this gets too crazy. Here you go. I'm listening. What's going on? Phil Brad, Shaka Nulu. What is up, people? And welcome to Black Men Being Brutally Honest. So, for those of you who are new here, please go ahead and hit that like button. Those of you who haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And just sit back. I want you guys to listen up and to listen really fucking good because this one is going to be a unique one right here. So, do I have the right avatar up? Because that man right there, even though he was defeated in the movie that he was in, he is a great example of black masculinity, Apollo Creed. Something that many of you know very little to nothing about, which served I got a real stiff, cold reminder. I kind of chilled out for a second. In fact, you know, I didn't even come up to YouTube with the same negative energy I had when I came off of Facebook. But motherfuckers won't let shit ride. So, all right. So there might be a few cuss words being sprinkled here and there, but this is tonight's show, and tonight's show is sponsored by Greg. Yeah, let me put up a little thing right here. See, here's how you become the sponsor for the stream. Be the guy that does the biggest cash app or super chat. But I got to be careful saying that because your guys are calling us grifters. Let me tell you something. I don't make enough money in this motherfucker to be a grifter. I mean, for real, are you fucking crazy? So, yeah, so here's what I did for tonight's broadcast. I tagged a bunch of content creators. And this is not to so much direct, this little angry energy I have right now is not really directed toward those content creators, at least some of them. But, this shit right here is getting fucking tired. Shit. It really is. This whole the Black Manosphere is dead thing. I mean, if you know how something dies, and let's use a bit of logic here. You know how something dies? You don't mention it anymore. You go away from it. You become something that exists outside of it. That's what you do. But you know what? This thing right here ain't just about me. Never has been. It never has been. I'm not the whole entirety of the fucking space of the Black Manosphere. So there's going to be a lot of guys that are within this space that say a bunch of stupid shit. Yes, there is. Yeah. Sexy Red, here we go. D. Scott, what up? So, like, while I'm talking and while I'm monologuing, I got that fucking link in the chat. Jump up here if you want. And that goes for anyone. And you tell me why the goddamn space is dead. All that bullshit today. So, well, let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. As I am a member of the Black Manosphere, that space y'all don't like. Let me show y'all something real quick. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me get to it. Let me okay. All right. Sexy Red TV. I'm innocent. Yeah, that's where you tell everybody. But hey, you know what? Some of us who are a little smarter, we think otherwise. But no one's hating on your support at all. You deserve to be up here and speak your mind as much as everyone else does. So, all right. So, I mean, anybody can hit that link anytime they want. I mean, I want to know why the space is dead. Why you think the space is dead? Okay. All right. So, here we go. So, whenever I post this list right here, it never gets a real huge response. I might get a couple of questions here and there. But see, when this list was first formed, it was like 2 years ago. And myself and a couple other content creators came up with this idea because the Black Manosphere was getting hatred back then. And the reason for the hatred was, all you niggas do is talk about black women. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a confession. Guilty, For anyone who hasn't viewed my content or is too lazy to go through my channel and actually see what kind of content I make, yeah, it might as well be that. It might as well be that. But for anyone who knows the content creator Shay Charday, I think that's how she says her name. I don't really watch her content like that, but she shared the list, and there is there's a good side and a bad side to that. The good side is I gained 15 subs from that. The bad side is all of this: 52 likes, 133 comments of shameless ass niggas. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these comments so I can respond to them live. I did a pretty good amount of cussing people out today. It is all behind this whole just pearly thing. I mean, shit. You know what? I always knew that black people always empower white people any fucking way. All this projection, all this bullshit. Nah, sorry. I don't go for the bullshit. See, I'm from the state of Alabama. And see, the reason why I say that this shit right here is fake outrage is because every time I get into some type of little debate or discussion or disagreement with someone on social media and they find out I'm from Alabama, the first thing that comes out their stupid fucking mouths is a slave joke. So how mad are you with slavery really? Fuck out of here with that bullshit. And yeah, I do admit this list needs to be updated. But aside from all the bullshit comments and all these people who I guess supposedly love black people but shit on black men all the time, hey, shoot, I don't go around starting beefs. I don't. I don't go around starting beefs. I don't go around starting trouble. In fact, I'm probably one of the more calm and more sane content creators within the space. But the thing is, I'm getting sick of hearing Obsidian's name. Obsidian has never been to this channel before, ever. He's never been to this channel. Yet, when Obsidian says something, people think that he's in my fucking back pocket. It's like, the fuck is wrong with you guys? Okay, so yeah, look at this. 100, that is an insane amount of comments. 134 fucking comments. And most of them were guys. Most of them. Calling me a goddamn coon. I'll throw your fucking ass in traffic. Let me stop talking tough, cause you know how that is, talking tough on the fucking internet. Cause I mean, shit, there's some parts of Alabama you can't go to and call another black man a coon. You'll end up missing. I'm sorry, that's just how we roll. I can't say too much on YouTube. I mean, because like those days are behind me. But let me say this. For all the crazy niggas I used to hang out with, I used to be the voice of reason. I was the actual voice of reason. I wanted peace between black people. I wanted unity in a community. You niggas don't. You never love black people. You never love this community. I mean, you think you can just get away with fucking with black men, and you can think and you just think that that doesn't make you a coon? Wrong. And like, I don't like using the word coon because um, like I said, I got suspended from social media one time because I gave people the actual reason why that word even came up. The word coon was a racist acronym back in the day when the NAACP was first formed. It was niggers, apes, alligators, coons, and possums. Just a little history lesson for you. Black people love taking words from white people and using it and weaponizing it against black folks. And I think it's pathetic. But okay, let's look at some of these comments because some of y'all gonna laugh y'all asses out. Like off. Sorry. I don't know. I'm just a little upset. And it's okay for you to be upset when you're a black man. It's okay for you to show a little emotion. It's not female like. People have different emotions about everything. If you say a person is emotional, you're going to have to be super specific about that. Specific. Okay. All right. So here we are. So I pinned this comment right here for the people name calling. Because see, niggas don't think that anything is specific. They can't read. You take what you want out of a statement, and you put a big fucking highlight on it instead of reading the whole thing. I'm like, for the people name calling because she shared the list, and when I say she is Shay Sade, you're the ones empowering a white woman over black men. Who's a fucking Sambo now? Like seriously. You think and I know some of these guys like controversy, and controversy creates cash. But think about that. You motherfuckers are empowering a white woman over black men. Okay, just say stop projecting your bullshit. Your white people worship. So I say, okay, so prepare to be entertained. Let me see if somebody stepped up here. Nope. What up? Yeah, I'll be responding to them comments in just one fucking second. Okay, so let's look under this reply thread. Yeah, because I can get real nasty with people. You get nasty with me, I get nasty with you. Andre Miller. How can you call something the manosphere if you include women? You gotta exclude those women or change the name. Okay, I'm not listening to that crap. you know. Cause see, most of y'all most of the people most guys that I find that say that bullshit, they be on female channels. I responded to that statement. Grinch, three laugh emojis. I respect Grinch. Tony J. That's a false and unfair comparison. So automatically, if you don't support her list, you automatically support Miss Ann. I didn't say that, jackass. Wendell Brewer, Andre Miller, especially the white one. Okay, let's look at this list again. Okay, let's see. Let me read each. Let me read each name, and let's see if just Pearly Themes comes up. Okay, these two right here, Angry Man. Then there's Obsidian. Then there's BGS Ipmore. Then there's Rest in Peace Kevin Samuels. Then there's Solo TV 84. Dr. Thunder. Oh, let's go through each one of these names. Let's see if I say just Pearly Things one fucking time. The Roger Report Live, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Edward Anderson, Black Ram 313, LAR Movement, Man of Tomorrow, Dr. T.S.on Johnson, Green Gorilla, Big Discussion 76. Okay, let's skip all the big discussions because that's the same guy, Dr. Dunbar. Bernard Riley, Game Changer 00100, Ramil Reloaded, Cut to the Chase TV, YAS4W, The Crimson Cure, Zero, Information Man Show, The Breakdown, A Woman's Perspective, Black Mind, Art Install TV, The Black Brain Trust, Sheep Stay Sleep TV, Charles Faulkner Jr., Sub Zero 3639, The Nameless Protagonist, The Shatterpoint, Rest in Peace Force Windu, Charles Gilmore 3, Super Chariots, Roguish the Buildmonger, The Black Dimension, The Underrated Darkness, The Prophet of Thought series, Nicole Ali, The Code Breakers, Mr. Fantastic 824, Digital Wealth Podcast, Minister Jap Live, The Truth as I Know It, Ronald Neal, Jessica X, Alder Ibmore, The Walt Diddy Show, Alpha Male Strategies AMS, Steph is Cold, The Lead Attorney, Book of Alpharonomy, Dr. BOA, Ika Giamine, Sergeant Willie Pete, King Riches, Artisan MC, Pimp God Nation, JR Wisdom, Nate Dogg 74, Mr. Z Black in Effect, The Culture Clinician, Nick Taylor, DJ Kuda, Keep It 100, Marty McFly. Okay, so did I say just pearly things? Did I say just pearly things? Y'all white queen, since well, you try to exalt her as the leader of this collective of black folks, which is fucking stupid, by the way. I mean, I didn't even know who the bitch was about what 2 months ago. Okay, so let's go through some of these comments. So Wendell Brewer, have no idea who this jackass is. So I responded to Andre Miller. Andre Miller, this list is 95% men. Sorry, guy. Same dude said this be on female channels, shaking pom poms and tithing like it's a goddamn church. Tony J, again for the slow people. Who defended Pearl again? I was actually against that bull crap. Go ahead, push whatever narrative you want, cause hoes mad. Cause that's all it is. Your words. You're the ones empowering a white woman. So that implies anyone that disagree with the list support white women. Please elaborate. I'll wait. Tony J. Oh God. For the people name calling, which is not anyone, like you're saying. Selective reading makes you look slow. Read it again. Sexy Red TV. Grinch. Halo emoji. Laugh emoji. Habitual line stepper. What? For real? I don't know why people keep co-signing Obsidian. We're talking about a man who dropped a black woman address on the internet just because he didn't agree with her opinion. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Already. There was a young man that did a whole stream doxing people and putting out their information. Did that motherfucker have as much outrage for that nigga? Probably not. Probably not. People need to choose their leaders or spokespersons better because he's definitely not a good example. Okay, let me explain the Black Manosphere as a collective of black men who have different viewpoints. Like I said, Obsidian is not in my fucking pocket. Niebuhr and Coleman, a guy I've never fucking seen before. Thanks for the list of people I know not to mess with. Fuck out of here. And whoever this is, and a guy named Kyle, he popped up on my other he popped up on the meme that I made, like the Jesus just pearly things. Like, and I'll show you that one too. Jerome M, whoever the fuck that is. I expressed Crimson Cure needs to come off this coon list because she was one of the first people calling out just racist things. She's not like these others. She us in the same category as Danica and Six. Now, see, okay, so do y'all have any complaints about what that guy said? Y'all complain about females being in the goddamn space, but this guy says this. You don't, and here's my response. You don't know half of these people to be saying that bullshit. Mr. Edward Hyde, this comment was up here before she shared that. Kalamo Black. Okay, he makes an entirely good point right here. There is literally a divester group with a black man hanging from a tree that does not get as much black backlash as the Black Manosphere has gotten in the past couple of weeks. Facts. Wendell Brewer, what a terrible list. I will avoid all of them. Some of them never acknowledge being in the anti-black men sphere. Hmm? W Brizzle 81 is simply a list of channels. Doesn't make sense to me why there's so much hostility in the comments section. Some of the Manosphere creators slant left and are pro-black like BGS. I can understand folks not having the highest opinion of old man, but most are just men giving their honest take on various issues affecting black men. Because you know what? Y'all think black men need to ask your permission before we do that shit. Alex Harris, respect to the Crimson Cure, but the Manosphere should primarily be for men. Why do people keep saying that bullshit? Like seriously, I get it. That list is 95% men. If you want men to dominate the space, why don't you support the men? And granted, these are motherfuckers from Shay Shardae's YouTube channel. A woman. You niggas are stupid. Didn't know that there were that many content creators. Gee, see, somebody got enlightened. Where's Dr. T. Hassan Johnson? He's on the list. Obsidian needs to be off the list. That's not my determination. Bruh, I've seen too many of these people expose themselves or be exposed. Trash list. Now we can reference who not to watch. Like, why do these people act like we need their asses? Like, I'm supposed to just like crawl on my hands and fucking knees and beg them, please watch this channel. Fuck out of here. You know how many millions of people watch YouTube? Rob Sawyer, he usually comments on my shit. People in the comments take the internet too seriously. It's a list. Watch who you do and ignore who you don't. Facts. Melanated King. Women in 2023. Let's get the bag, baby. Black Manosphere in 2023. Let's talk about our feelings. Okay, so I called the dude a simp because the motherfucker is talking about melanated king. Like like I said, you motherfuckers don't know anything about being black at all. It's just a virtue signal to you. And I bet most of y'all voted for Biden, especially after he said, "Oh, if you have a problem with choosing between me and Trump, you ain't black." Forgiveness. Shelton Henderson. Of course, because black men aren't human. Why are they talking about human emotions, getting the bag, getting flued out, OnlyFans, dinner whoring, credit counseling, tricking, trick baby, hustling, selling lashes? Oh, God. Jermaine Egan, where's the real list? T Rex, Nicole Ali still makes videos. I am me. What about after? I don't know who that is. You see some guys on the list clown and dissect the black manosphere, and others openly have disclaimed it. Y'all down bad if you need to include some of these people. That list was made what almost 3 years ago. I remember when the list first came out. Then like Red's the bad guy had a panel full of people bitching about it. Oh, I remember that one really well. Shoot. So I do admit myself that the list needs to be updated. I don't know most of these names, but Ramil Reloaded, all he does is gossip and talk ish about other men. Hey, if that's what they think, that's what they think. What happened to O'Shea and the business podcast? O'Shea disavowed the Black Manosphere. The business podcast, why the fuck would anybody bring up Jason Black at this point? This whole fucking thing started because of him. And look, granted that, hey, you know what? I'm glad that, the whatever whatever that bitch's name is was exposed like that. But why did he put it on the Black Manosphere? I guess it was content strategy. Oh, but it did do something good. JB, thanks for sharing this list. I have subbed to some, including yours, and I will check out the others. Just want to live free. The irony of that name. Let me read what Just Want to Live Free said. A lot of my people put way too much stock in this Black Manosphere thing. Nothing wrong with a little entertainment and posting some trigger comments to mess with folks, but it seems like these YouTubes have way more of an impact in people's lives than they should. It uh by a guy named Just Want to Live Free. Okay, you frequent YouTube enough to make this dumbass comment though. It's like way more of an impact in people's lives. What, you wanted to be the fucking television who has always lied to you? Let people do what the fuck they want to do. Hardly anybody I watch right now. It shouldn't be a badge of honor to be considered manosphere. Can't ride with brothers like that? Then don't. Investor mindset full of Sambos. Yeah, it takes a real faceless, brave idiot to say that shit. Swiss John, no O'Shea. Kyle, all coons. The manosphere is dead. Jason Black is the only channel that's worth listening to. How did he find this channel? Ill Obsidian. And you know what I said to that? That is your right. So, like, but like I said, that shit right there, it pissed me off. It should not have gotten to me like that because, believe it or not, some of these comments are accurate. Some of these comments are accurate, but I take special exception to shit like this. I do. But let's go back to the community tab. Sorry, guys. Just a little drain right now because, like, this shit right here is getting old as fuck. If you don't like the space, stop mentioning the space. Show us how to do it better. If you don't like the space. Oh, yeah, I heard that little shit Sexy Red said earlier, though. Oh, well, since y'all use black women to make money and make content, I can use black men for the same thing. Okay. All right. So you act like it wasn't already 50 years of y'all talking shit. Okay, cool. That's your opinion. Mm. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not real good with anger on these things. I just like to kind of express how I feel on certain topics because, like I said, I don't need y'all fucking permission to speak. I don't. Just I want you to. Oh, look, Big Kev, what's going on? Now, certain creators, not all black men. Oh, whatever. I finally have social media. Black Manosphere can eat 1,000 dicks and nothing but a bunch of conservative incels. And guess what you get? You get a consolation prize for coming here saying that bullshit. Put your ass in timeout. Is the Manosphere dead? Is the Manosphere dead? Only thing that could really kill it was a better option to meet the need or the need itself going away. Big Kev, what's going on?
Nothing much, man.
Okay, all right. Do you think the Black Manosphere is dead?
Fuck no.
Okay, all right. Why would anyone say it's dead?
They've been saying that for the last 6 years,
6 years,
especially
yeah.
after, yep, especially since 2016, and it's only gotten
2016?
bigger. Yep. Remember when the YouTube adpocalypse happened in 2016? That's when they
Hmm?
originally said it was dead, and then it's only gotten bigger from there. So
I'm like, why do they keep trying to kill it? What you think that is?
it's because it would expose the realities about how most people that fall into the pro-black slash hotep slash feminist space, most of them are full of shit.
Mm.
And this isn't just me saying this. I mean, you can look at somebody like Sean James, who himself has been a critic of the so-called Black Manosphere, even though he
Sean
himself has
James?
written, yeah, like the guy on YouTube, with the
Yeah, I know
the
who Sean. I know who Sean
yeah.
James is.
Even though ironically he's published books, and written articles criticizing them for the exact same things that we're talking about. So it's like I find that ironic, you know,
Hmm.
And then even somebody like I know you don't visit a whole lot of conscious community spaces, but even if you look at somebody like Brother Panic, who's an occultist who is in no way associated with this space at all, he said
Mm.
some of the same things about him.
Mm.
The virtue signaling hypocrisy, the obsession with petty drama, the using female supremacist rhetoric to justify codependent and dysfunctional behavior, like all the same criticisms,
Mm.
all the same. And the fact that they don't sit there and think about that, is very telling. I mean, hell, that's how the term woke, because remember, the terms conscious and woke was originally applied to the conscious space, where it was basically like a decentralized underground network of so-called black men and so-called black women that were basically sharing metaphysical, occult, and nutritional and other forms of scientific information with one another. That was basically like not mainstream and was mostly apolitical. What happened was that space got overran by agent provocateurs working on behalf of elitist organizations, grifters, and a lot of these people that be on these like pro-black, hotep feminist stuff. That's how
Mm.
the term woke and conscious got co-opted. It was originally applied to people like Brother Panic, Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Layla Africa, etc., Shanta McYama. It was originally meant for people like that, as far as them identifying one another. To now, the far leftists hijack that word, that terminology, and now they just liberally apply it to anybody with any type of far leftist political bent. So
Mm.
that's how the word conscious and woke got hijacked, and that's the
Mm.
reason why Brother Panic has such a condescending view on them, because they undermine the integrity of that space. And now they're trying to do the same thing with this space. The only problem is that the brothers here are not having it. They're 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 not tolerating the bullshit. They're openly confronting them and saying, "I think you're full of shit, and here's
Mm.
why." And that's what guys like that's what these people don't understand when they're trying to debate us. We know they're full of shit. We're just letting them talk. We're just giving them the verbal rope to hang themselves with.
Okay. Hey,
So
do you believe that a lot of people who are in these so-called debates make up these stupid realities just and then just to try to win a debate? Non
yes and
sequitur
no,
talking points and you know.
yes and no. Okay, because some of them believe it, some of them know it's bullshit, but they have a large supporter base that they gotta keep up. So because of that, they'll repeat a lot of these woke talking points You see this especially primarily when it comes to the feminist leading camp, when they make up these like non sequiturs and these bullshit talking points about how somehow so-called black men in America are like the world's biggest misogynists, and how they're oppressed both as being so-called black and being as
the
a
fuck
woman,
we
and that
can
whole
the fuck
yeah.
we can oppress black women with.
Well, not only is it bullshit, but even if you do some independent reading, you would realize that the whole concept of like universal suffrage and women being allowed to like hold property and hold an inherent property, having rights to divorce, etc. These were customary norms that were in various Amerindian and even some African tribes centuries before Europeans colonized the Americas. So again, if you look at the actual history, no other group of men has been more accommodating towards women and more tolerant of the of of non-straight people than so-called black men in America. So the fact that we still get this moniker of being the world's biggest misogynist, it just shows you the level of just abject dysfunction and self-hatred that's like rife amongst people with those ideological leanings. Even the late Manning Johnson, in his book Color, Communism, and Common Sense, which came out like 65 years ago, he talks about this in depth about how basically most so-called black people with these like Marxist leanings, they 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 take these political extremes not because they care, but because they don't think for themselves. You know what I mean? They're just looking for like white leftist validation.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, and this is a guy that used to be an avowed communist, used to be an avowed Marxist who was a high-ranking member of the American Communist Party, and he left it because when he realized that basically our plight and our struggle was just being used as a way of them trying to drift their way into taking power in American politics. It's not that they actually cared about us; it's that they were just using us as a pawn. You know, so basically, again, the reason why they hate the space is because we overtly call them out on their bullshit. I mean, yeah, this space isn't perfect. There's a lot of us
No, it's
arguing
not.
fighting with each
It's
other.
not perfect. Yeah, we know
Yep.
this. You
Mhm.
know, I wouldn't show this extreme bias and like everybody who's a member of the Black Manosphere. If you somehow criticize them, I'm the first one to jump on and put the goddamn cape on and said, no, don't say that about that man right there. Because you know why? Because I believe that people can defend themselves. But when you try to blanket the space as a whole, it's like one symbiotic hive mind. Then that's pretty fucking stupid.
Well, that's also part of the reason why they hate the space is because we're not hive-minded.
No.
Again, that's part of the reason why the FBI is trying to claim that using the term red pill is they're going to put this on the watch list. Again, it's not because those of us in this space are calling for revolution or anything like that. It's the fact that we are loud and unapologetic about the fact that these laws are like in these social engineering is inherently anti-male, you know,
Yeah.
and, and,
Com-
and all they're trying to do is they're just trying to protect the status quo. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and I'm gonna give complex design the floor. I have never been against productive, critically thinking black men being a part of this space. Some people want to actually help, like they say they do, and some people want to entertain. What's wrong with having both? So, complex design. I'm gonna ask you the same question. How you doing, by the way?
I'm good, man. How's it going? I saw
Uh,
we were tagged in this, and I was just curious if.
No, I didn't like I said. I tagged content creators. I just tagged random content creators. This is not directed toward all content creators like that. The because I know that because I know that all of you are not saying the Black Manosphere is dead. In fact, a lot of those content creators that were tagged in this represent the Black Manosphere. So I'm going to ask you the same question: do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
No, no, no. So the short answer is no, and I'm glad you kind of cleared that up because I thought it was being said that we were saying that.
No, 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 no,
Uh,
no, no. Every
okay, no,
content,
no, you're all good.
some of the
You're all good.
content creators, some of the content creators that I did tag do say that bullshit. But most
Mm.
of the ones I tagged did, you
Well,
know.
I mean, this is the entertainment side of it,
Mm,
right? This is the entertainment side. This is what the entertainment side of it gets you.
mm,
And so, is it dead? No, it's just all just entertainment. It's good. There's going to be something new all the
mm,
time to get everybody talking about the state of the space.
Well,
Right? I mean, it's been like this for I don't know how many years. I see Rod. Rod, how many years has it been like this?
I've been in here for about 15, 7, 8 years. So about as long as I've been here. So
About as
Man,
yeah.
listen. I've been listening to a lot of these content creators since Big Kel was making his videos. You know, Mayor of Blacktown and them. So,
Yeah, no,
but
that's cool. But see, when we came in, right, when we came onto the scene, 2015, 2016, and we got involved in what people call the Coliseum. Okay, that was where there was a battle of ideals. Now that could have went well. It went somewhere in the form of 3.0, Manosphere 3.0. Okay, everybody else decided to stay back and deal with all of this relationship stuff, right? Which like you said, it's entertainment. It's entertaining, right? You get people come up on panels, they got the snazzy little mood lighting in the background and they spend hours upon hours doing sometimes they're saying real salacious stuff or literally just completely off on topic. No one cares, right? Everybody likes to just sit there and be in the chat and do what they do. And so a little super chat and cash apps. And I'm not knocking the hustle. I even told Sexy Red this in the chat. I'm not knocking it, but let's not play stupid. See, and that's the problem I always have. And that's why everybody thinks I'm the fucking asshole around here. Because listen, let's not play dumb. If you're here for the fuck shit, just say it and then go there. And then you know what? Don't speak about the greater manosphere. Because see, there's cats in other spaces within in that sphere, right? So there's a larger sphere and then there's spheres within it, right? That make up this whole thing.
mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, this cast is really putting it down, man. I don't give a shit what anybody says, dude. The amount of information, amount of business modeling stuff, this type of shit you would pay consultants for. We did on the live streams. It's for free. We did the first IT summits. Literally, they're still up right now for free, right? No fanfare whatsoever. But see, on the entertainment side, yeah, we're gonna play up IT summits and all that kind of shit as some huge fucking accomplishment.
hey, and
I'm just saying, like, let's just get a better scope of this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to ask about that complex design because I was definitely looking into like tips on being like a financial analyst because I've been doing like the marketing side of finance for like a few years. I wanted to get into like the analytics side. Do you have any tips or anything like that, or any information you could direct me towards?
go to FINRA. Go to the site. Go to the site FINRA.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or check out CFP.org, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. We never gave out like financial advice. Now, what we would do is we would cover stuff, right?
Okay.
And like the information that we would cover would give people projections. So, case in point, dude, like Mike V did a real good. I think it was Nvidia. This was back when Nvidia was down to like $5 a share, right? And they have this this new GPU that's powering all this shit, right? That's all AI and augmented reality enabled and all this type of stuff, right? Go look at what Nvidia stock price is now. There was a lot of brothers, man, who took advantage of that shit. So what I would say is plug into the information that we say, but we never give out financial advice because we're not certified financial planners, and we would always advise to talk to one of those.
But if you can provide receipts as to what you researched on, why wouldn't people listen?
No, so like, so when you ask that question, I'll speak directly to what I do.
Yes.
Right. And it's boring subject matter, dude. It's micromobility, right? See, so that's the subject matter I can unequivocally speak to, right? There's like one or two other subject matters with that regard that I could speak to. See, so from that angle, yes. But see, he's asking me about finance. That's not my wheelhouse. So I'm not going to speak to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was asking more so about if I heard you correctly, you just wanted to know the sources of where you could get the information on getting the particular license.
No.
Is that what? Is that what he meant?
No. What? No. What I was. What I was.
Not you, Kev. Not you, Kev. I'm talking
Okay.
about the other Kev.
No, the other brother.
Okay.
Other Kev.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, like I was actually you guys because I've been in marketing for like this last few years, and I wanted to like step over in like the financial analyst position. That's why I was asking like, do you guys know any resources that can help me?
Do we
get
know
into
any? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I told him to go to
Yeah.
Okay, my
Fenrir.
bad, dude. My bad. I'm just real. We don't want to make
Yeah,
sure
like
that's what I
nobody's
told him.
yeah, like
channels
I
is
wasn't talking
getting
about being like
messed
a
up over some claim that we were giving out information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said. That's why I
Okay.
said check out Fenrir so he can know. There's a good website that I would suggest you look at too. It's called
Rob, can you put that in the chat, in the back chat for him?
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat for you.
Rael.
All right.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Rael, what's going on, man? I'm gonna ask you the same question. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Big Kev and Complex Design. Do you think the Black Manosphere is dead?
I would agree with Complex in terms of like it being two sides of it. Unfortunately, for me, the goofy side takes more precedence than more of the serious side. And that's why you would get people who would have the mentality that the Manosphere is dead, because even O'Shea, with the Pearly situation, even he himself, he said it about a week and a half ago on one of his videos that once Kevin passed away, he felt that the space was dead himself. So you got a person people love to give credit for the space, saying is dead.
The space that he had a hand in creating is dead.
Right. So now if you're saying that particular aspect of it is dead, me personally, I don't have a problem with that, because I think it's actually counterproductive. But see, what I like about this Pearly thing more so than anything, it's exposed both sides. Okay. It's exposed the niggas who full of shit, who get a lot of credit for shit, for nothing, for not being really on any type of code about black men whatsoever. And then you have the females who are acting like it's such a, I can't believe y'all sided with this chick type of thing. But then when you look at the history of everything that's transpired in this country, y'all motherfuckers was the first one to side with these females yourselves. So it's like saying that you support black men on a YouTube channel, that ain't fucking support, man. Like, that's not support. Like, this is some high school type bullshit. Real support is actually marrying black men, having families with black men, helping black men create institutions that best reflect
teaching your boys how to
people,
read, write, and count.
teaching your boys how to read and all that. So don't sit here and say on some YouTube, because this is not activism. Like, you got people who get up on
I agree, and you brought up some very good points. That's what true pro-blackness encompasses.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So to me, both sides got a little bit of egg on their face, because a lot of these people start seeing some of their subscribers start unsubscribing to them, because they're like, yo, wait a minute, man. Yo, y'all gonna fall for y'all falling for this shit like that?
Let me
missing BGS up there.
Let me tell you something real quick.
And BGS and Hardcore too. I know they don't get along with each other, but I'm like, those two have been instrumental as well.
Yeah.
I mean, no. I mean, in terms of like the dudes that are pro Chat GPT, you're missing one.
Well, have these? No, I've got these three guys up here because these are regarded as the big three. And
okay.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't think so.
Yeah, we never have.
Oh,
I never have.
Yeah, I was about to say, I would consider them like instead of looking at it as like pillars, I would think of it more so like kind of similar to like a hurricane, almost like a hurricane. I know Edward Earth is just like the Hurricane Edwards, but I would look at them more so as like the I look at like the guys
They're,
that are
they're
on the bleeding.
entertainers. They're entertainers.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're
okay,
Not like
entertainers.
in the inner ring. They're not the eye of the storm. They're like in the midway point between like the edge of the storm and like in the eye of the storm. You know what I mean?
Well, let's just keep
So,
it
like in
real,
that
dude. They're
area.
entertainers.
True.
okay, guys. Okay, since I got three brutally honest black men up here, now I don't believe in criticizing without taking some criticism myself. So, since I trust you guys to tell me the truth, what side do you think I fall on?
You said what side do we think? Do I do? Okay, I'm gonna speak for myself. What side do I think you fall on?
Yes. Well, speak for yourself. You know, we're all grown men here.
Well, here's how I kind of delineate things, right?
Yeah.
Like I look, we came up with the whole 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. You can phase everything out, and that's largely based on a content creator's subject matter and interests, largely.
Mhm.
Right, and the type of conversations that they engage in. Now, much like everything has a spectrum, 2.0 has a spectrum. Okay, but see, I wrote the 3.0 manifesto and it's very specific. See, so if it doesn't really kind of align with it, I always dump it in the 2.0 category. Now, just because it's in 2.0 doesn't mean it's bad. I'm just saying 3.0 is very specific. Right? It says it right there, co-founder. That's me and Mike V. So I'm just saying it's very specific. So if it doesn't fall into that mandate, then I put it in the 2.0 category. I don't think it's like I said, that 2.0 is largely for it's either like commentary on the space, relationship talk. You know, that's typically what I find it to be. And it's all, like I said, it's a source of entertainment for a lot of people.
Oh, okay. All right. What about you, Rael? Me and you've known each other for a while. You've been coming to these panels for like what, 2 years or so, something like that? 3 years?
Yeah. For me, as far as you're concerned, I've always looked at you as a person who calls it like you see it, like you don't bullshit. You know, whether you're right or wrong, you don't bullshit. Like I never got the sense from you that you was a fake person. You know what I'm saying? Like you was here to, you know what I'm saying? You was here for attention. You know what I'm saying? More so, you were here to bring attention to shit that's going on. Like it's trying to be as neutral and as objective as you can. And so I respect that aspect. And so but there are a lot of other people who they put on that mask like that's what they're trying to do when that's not really what they're trying to do. And so that's why I agree. Like it is two different aspects of the manosphere. Like it's not one thing. It's two different sides. There's a more serious side, people who take a much more serious tone to things, and there is just a whole bunch of people who are here to just actually bullshit. The shit with this white chick is just really put a lot of egg on both sides of the people's face, because at the end of the day, like she was able to play both sides, man. And so when you're able to have some goofy 26-year-old white chick be able to play both sides and have black men and black women fighting each other, typical shit, it just lets you know like black people got a whole lot more to learn in terms of strategy, understanding what you're up against. You know what I'm saying?
Got a lot of growing up to do.
A lot of growing up to do, because you're letting a 26-year-old like basically
just
grift,
fucking run roughshod,
like grift, and
God
just
damn,
make both sides look like idiots.
just
Make
look
both
like
sides
idiots.
I was about to say, yeah, like what a Little Big Nate said. He said, and I like Little Big Nate's rant on a Bernard Riley stream. It's like you let this goofy fucking white broad and this goofy ass Nick Fuentes send us in the apoplectic shock. I'm like, we have people like Cynthia G advocating for male specific abortions, and literally.
But I'm saying that encompasses that entire scope of content that deals with interpersonal dynamics. Now, when Ryle and I approach it, when we do it on our live streams, it's from a psychological standpoint, right? Because truth be told, when people have any sort of uh, uh, psycho-emotional issues, traumas, stuff like that, who do you typically go see? A psychologist. Now, we're not claiming to be psychologists, but what we do is we actually tap the books. That's Ryle's specialty. That's why I largely defer to him on those live streams, right? Because if you're really trying to crack the nugget, then what we need to do is we need to see what some of the thinkers of the time who dissected how the human brain functions and how it interacts with other individuals. We gotta look at what they laid forth, right? Because this whole repeating the cycle of doing shit that doesn't work, guess what? Doesn't work.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think going back to for those of you guys that have done like a home research, Brother Panic said it best. It's like the subconscious mind responds to three things: trauma, symbols, or repetition. So if you can understand that, you can understand a lot of the behaviors that a lot of people are in. Like it's trauma, symbols, and repetition. Trauma, symbols, and repetition.
But one thing, I mean, I'm gonna, I'll hand it off to Kev or Rael. But one thing about that, bro, you got to understand. So when we talk about sort of like the 2.0 paradigm, the trauma is the entertainment. You got to really like take a 30,000-foot view of this. Rael and I talk about this shit all the time. We talk about it all the time. Like the entertainment is the trauma, and that's what's troubling.
Yeah, why can't just people be entertaining and have a good time? That has been one of my problems. Is like, I do believe that there's room for all of it. There's room for the productivity and there's room for the entertainment aspect of it. And
but your entertainment, Kev, does not have to be rooted in dysfunction. That is the issue. Because it's turbocharged, man. It's like it's on fucking turbo and nitrous with a supercharger and an electric motor. It's like everything you can throw at it. We're look to the point where you're asking the question. So is this space dead because Chat GPT, as Raul pointed out, by the modern definition, is a modern woman in every sense of the word, right? Just literally made a bunch of people look like fools. Why would somebody like that? How do you get to a point where somebody like that, Chat GPT, becomes the topic du jour? And I'm talking about within the enclave of a black collective. How?
Thank you.
Well, you have to look at that again. First of all, as Ed Reyes said, first of all, it started off with Jason Black. Okay.
Jason no. It started off as with her, right? Doing the whole talking point thing from a lot of brothers in the Manosphere: Donovan Sharp, Kevin Samuels, TLA. She met with Coach Greg Adams, talked to Obsidian, right? I'm saying, like, let's really think about this, right? Because see, the reason why she's a subject matter here is because there were a lot of black men involved.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was about to say, and most of them had no affiliation with the space. So, but I did want to ask that, Kev, could you?
You said most didn't.
No, most of those guys, Coach Greg Adams, TLA, etc. Most of those guys outside of Obsidian and Kevin were not associated.
No, what about these guys on the screen? You got Angry Man, you got O'Shea. Before O'Shea pulled that bait and switch, he was using her videos as part of his celebrity junk to kind of he and ha and point the finger at sisters, right? And so I'm saying they're all culpable, all of them.
You're true.
All of them, even the not so big guys that still have relatively large followings. Guess what? They're culpable too.
Can I tell? Hold on. Let me tell a story to really encapsulate like what we're talking about, to really give y'all an understanding of how a lot of these black males played the fool and got played for a fool. Okay, I was in college. This is 2004 5, I think maybe. And a white chick she used to write for the student newspaper, and she wrote an article about interracial dating. And the premise of our article was, how can we end racism? And her premise of her article was, we can help. One of the ways we can end racism is through interracial dating. Now, her premise was, one of the things she talked about was, she already knew that a lot of black men criticized and had problems with black American women. And one of her premises was, well, if black men and white women, for example, can get into relationships and marriages and have good marriages, that could basically lower the temperature, and basically in a certain way can help improve race relations. So I ended up actually talking to the particular female, but it was a black female who actually brought me the article, because she was incensed about it. And I said, now for me, this is total bullshit. To be honest, like this is a bullshit ass article. I said, but what you need to understand is that they know enough about what's going on in our group to know black men are not pleased with y'all. Okay? So they can play on that and win with black men against you. I said, so that means y'all better tighten up, because they were already seeing some of the issues. And this is exactly what Pearlie did. She saw the antagonisms between black men and black women. Now, I'm not saying black men, not rightfully so, don't have a legitimate issue, because we, collectively we do. But at the same time, these dudes made black men look like a whole ass out here, because they did not understand that they were dealing with somebody who was strategizing. While these dudes were sitting here clowning Kevin, may he rest in peace, and all this other shit, and making videos about him and all this other type of stuff, the white chick went behind the scenes and worked with him. She worked with him. She used the things that he taught her to improve her model, and was able to come through and basically be the woman king over these niggas. And so niggas gonna have to hold that L, man. I'm sorry. They're gonna have to hold that shit, because at the end of the day, like, this situation gave a lot of these females ammunition that they've been waiting for. And when they saw that it looked like niggas was selling out for a white bitch, they had no problem coalescing around each other and going ham against these same dudes who gave them room, who gave them platform to speak on, and yeah, we cool. And at the end of the day, they formed a brotherhood and went at these dudes and been clowning these dudes ever since. And a lot of these dudes is trying to get back on track. But as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of hard for you to get back on track when you sit here when you were one of the type of dudes before the election of 2020, when you were arguing with black people who were like, oh no, reparations, I ain't, that's a rules. I don't really think they really serious about that. I ain't supporting them of that, because that's not real. And you arguing and you're telling people like, well, y'all the reason why, we didn't get reparations. And then you turn right around damn near 4 years later, and then you align yourself with a female who openly stated that you don't deserve reparations. So how can you argue with black people about the reparations? Now, there's two sides of it. There's the side of reparations where people were saying like, they're just using this to get elected. Because as we can clearly see, we ain't heard nothing else about reparations since they got in office. And then you have the other side that was like, well, no, we don't. Black people just trying to use this as a grift to get money. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that politically it was a ruse. But there were people who were arguing and saying, nah, y'all not serious. Y'all trying to hate and stuff like that. And we like, nah, look at the shit sensibly. You really think they gonna do this shit? And now a white female openly states it. She openly states it like, no. And you say she's going to be the representative for you as a black man? man, bro.
That's fucking craziness.
That's some
The hell is she
bullshit,
gonna
dog.
talk to politicians about if, dude? She's
My
she's a
thing is,
social media
Yeah.
That's some
person. She ain't
bullshit,
talking to no
dog.
goddamn
man,
Yeah.
politician.
my thing is, aren't they the root cause of the problem in the first goddamn place? Like white folks. Like,
Well,
The root
how
Specifically,
can I
cause.
white
put?
women.
Well, how can I put it this?
Wait. Root cause of what? See, what problem?
why we're all here today having these conversations. Like,
Okay, well, the
you know,
conversations,
the
but this
the
is to kind of once again illustrate like the various spaces of the sphere, right? So
yeah,
over where we at, dude, that's not really, I mean, outside of maybe if Mike brings up or he'll talk about political things, right?
yeah,
And oddly enough, he gets chastised, right, for bringing up social justice and racial issues, right? Because our platform is pro black men and black boys. Okay,
uh,
that doesn't mean that it's agnostic or anti female. It's not, because we've done content on tech for women and all that. We've done everything over there, right? But see, our whole thing is across the board. Whoever we're addressing, one, it's to our upliftment and benefit, and two, it's for everybody who can benefit from it, right? Because
Yep.
see, there's non-black folks that haven't benefited from it too, but understand what the angle is, right?
mhm,
Yep.
So that's always been, what's been topic, or sort of like modus operandi, right? Like
mhm,
there's never been a time, man, where any sort of chat GPT type of person has really been the crux of our content, or had us responding and hosting
Mhm.
panels talking about it. And you know what I'm saying? We ain't even done one about this. We talked about chat GPT. You know what I'm saying? We talked about
Yeah.
that, but chat GPT, no.
mm,
Well, like what somebody said, a lot of these dudes are offended because the chicks are offended, and they're just doing it for validation. Unfortunately, I did want to ask you, do you mind do you mind highlighting? What is it? I finally have social media's comment here. One of it, the last one, we tried to call it the Kunosphere.
oh yeah, that
Do you mind?
bullshit.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
I think
So,
I made him time out. I think I made him unsub or whoever that is. I think I made him unsub
well, here's the thing that
because I kept timing
here's
him out.
here's the irony about that statement is that if you read the book called The Dating Divide that was published just within the last few years, it actually shows how, contrary to popular belief, it's not the men that are have a preference for so-called white women, or going out of the way to message them first. It's the women doing it for to white men. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So, and um, and I think, again, going back to what Sean James, when you talk about the concept of social currency, again, when it comes to most so-called pro-black protests and the feminists, they see sex with women, especially so-called Black American women in this instance, as the ultimate form of social currency. So in their eyes, if you're not openly begging for their validation, then, or if you don't center your idea of manhood around their validation, then you're not a quote-unquote real man.
Mm.
That's part of the reason why they have a problem with brothers
Pro pro blacks
dating.
have a problem with the women because women control the purse strings, pure and simple.
Yep, true, true. Yep, yep.
I,
And
I
that's what
know
she
it
said.
because I have to deal with this shit every day. Okay.
Yep, yep. And like I said, going back to social currency, since we're going to use the money analogy, the reason why they have a problem with brothers that engage in international, intercultural dating is because essentially when they expand their options, that devalues that social currency. It's like, yeah, you could say you're able to get chicks here, but if it's not a healthy respect for one another, or if it's not a healthy relationship coming from it, what's the point of even bragging
It,
about it?
it's fairly simple if you do the math, right? Especially since
Mm-hmm.
2020, and they opened up COVID actually opened up remote work, right? Like
Yep,
it's never been
exactly.
before, right? So
Mm-hmm.
so a lot of people that have skills or mid-level skills, okay, can actually do their work from anywhere. And
Right.
if you actually go back and actually look at the numbers and look at the charts and see what the charts say, right? Okay. Only if you look at it as a total population, right? as far as single men, available single men. You
Right.
know how many available single men actually earn over $50,000 a year? What percentage?
Didn't get a chance to check it.
17%.
17, so about 20%, less than
17%
20%.
of single black men, okay, from 25 to 55 earn over $50,000 a year. So so if you start pulling from that pool, because guess what, the guys at the bottom can't travel like that, can they?
Nope.
Who
Okay.
are the people that can go overseas? The
Guys
guys that
that
work
can make
they're
money.
50 grand and over, okay? They
Yep.
can actually work remotely. Those are the guys, and those are the guys, especially in the decaying economic market that America is. Those are the guys that they need. That's why they're pissed. That's why
Yep.
that's why even white women are getting pissed about this. So it's not
Yep.
just a black thing.
Exactly.
Let me
Exactly.
Because guess who the new face of Passport Bros is? It's not black. It's a white. It's a Western white guy. Okay.
Yep.
let me go over this comment that I finally have social media made. I hope that bitch ass nigga still here. The Kunosphere, a bunch of all the lame Oreos that couldn't get black pussy in the past and can barely get white pussy now. No hick accent. Now that's where I stop.
Okay. The Kunosphere. Well, all three
Hick accent.
all three of those
Hick
guys
accent.
got women.
Oh,
Okay.
hick accent. So something's wrong with me for being from a different part of the country. I'm
So
sorry.
what? Okay. Since he's not a coon, what is his bona fides? What does he do? Okay. What's his background? Since he calling
Yep.
somebody a coon, how pro black are you? Because I know I haven't seen your name come up.
Like
Hey,
these
I
niggas
can
act
make
like
two
they love
phone
black
calls
people
and see
so much.
if you're pro black, if you're in the sphere. I got three numbers I can call, and they know everybody in the country, just them everybody in the country. Okay, if you ain't on that list, you need to sit down and shut the fuck up. Okay.
No hick accent? Like what the hell is that even supposed to
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Kev, can you put that book in the back chat that you referenced earlier when you came on?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I already did. It's called Color Communism and Common Sense by Manning
Oh
Johnson.
yeah, I saw that. I remember that one. Yeah.
You
Yep.
said
Haven't read.
color communism.
Communism and Common Sense by
Yeah.
Manning Johnson. It came out
By
in
Manny Johnson.
1958.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It was recommended to me. Yeah.
All right, BGS.
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked these guys. Now I pretty much know how you're gonna answer.
Okay.
Is the Black Manosphere dead?
No, it's growing. If actually it's global now. It's not local anymore, and that's the problem that we're having. It's global now. In fact, with Kevin, the Black Manosphere reached escape velocity. Okay, can't stop it now because it's a global idea. Even the white guys are complaining about the Black Manosphere. Okay, so a little
What are
bit
their
entity.
complaints?
In other words, especially with this Pearly shit, which I knew was going to happen, they're taking her side. Okay, they're saying that the Black Manosphere, quote unquote, is targeting her. But I knew that was going to happen because they need to validate her because she needs to take Andrew Tate's place. They need to validate her.
Yep. And the question that we have to this is if they're claiming that we're targeting her, how can we then be supporting her if we're targeting her?
It doesn't matter. Basically, she's an object for both sides, right? Because you got guys, you got people that want to change what the Manosphere does, right? So-called lean toward more female friendly, okay, and more what they think is pro-black or whatever they think it needs to be. So they want to break it up by having a loyalty test. Okay, this is the second time that O'Shea has done this. Okay, Amawali O'Shea and what's his name, George Macon. They did this shit the first time. It's a dirty trick because you're gonna upset the females. The females that Obsidian wanted to come to the table when he first started, that came together in the purple pill space. Okay, you're gonna set them on fire when you put a white chick in front of them. They did this twice. Neither time it's gonna work because at the end of the day, what did I tell these Negroes? You have no place else to go. Where you gonna go?
Exactly.
If you break it up, where you gonna go?
Yep. And then what I would also like to add to that, BJ, as I said before, I'm like, we don't need to be more female friendly because we've already been that. And the problem is that these goofy ass niggas just like stabbing us in the back.
Well, the thing is, okay, this is the thing, and I understand where Obsidian's coming from, right? Okay, what you have had over the past 50 years is admixture, right? Why do you think they wanted to desegregate the schools. Okay, first option, the first biggest factor in dating and mating is proximity. Okay, proximity. The Z's are dating out more than any other black group in history because of proximity. Because you're sending these kids into mixed environments, they're going to date out. Okay, and the thing is that if so-called the black community, the pro-black structure wants to save what we have called the Negro culture for the past 200 years, the women have to get on board, because if not, it's done. And that's what they know. Now the black men have something that they've never had in damn near 300 years in this country. They have choice, and choice is what's killing it. And there's nothing you can do about that if the women don't straighten out. That's how come I'm sitting, wanted to bring them back to the table and see what they had to say. But the thing is, can they change?
I don't think so.
But then
they will refuse. They will refuse to, because it means they will have to give up.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
The people that want to have a black culture and not become people of color, those are the people that care.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, if they did, they'd get smarter.
They do care.
You wouldn't be talking about the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Even Albert Einstein said you have to approach problems from a different perspective that's higher than the intelligence level that created the problem. Right? See, so I don't hear any heightened level of intelligence. It's the same old shit. Come on, BGS. Let's keep it a buck, dude. Like you've been here long enough. You already know.
In other words, the thing is that the heightened awareness is you're looking at it. Okay, it's not that you have to tell.
I don't see shit. I don't see anything. I'm not. No. You said I'm looking at it. I don't see anything.
Well, yeah, you do, because guess what happens?
No, I don't. I actually don't.
What are you gonna let me answer?
No, you don't tell me what I see.
You're looking at the goddamn thing.
No, I'm saying you don't tell me what I see. I already know what I see.
I guess you do. Okay.
Yeah, I do. And see, this is what I was explaining to Kev earlier about creating a different space where that space has a different vision altogether. So I can speak to what it is that I see over there. What you're talking about, no, I don't.
Well, then good. Don't.
Oh, I'm just saying for the record, man. Don't say that I'm doing shit that I don't do.
You don't see. The thing is, the people that care are the ones that.
You said I do, and I'm just clarifying it for the record, bro. That's it.
Well, okay. Well, you clarified it. Duly noted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, continuing, okay? The people that are on black men's ass, like the motherfuckers that put Pearly on us, are the ones that care, because they want to get you back back in the reservation where you belong. Get behind black women. That's what they want you to do. That's what they've been trying to get you to do. This is just one more trick, because they can't convince these heifers to change. You're the only one they can actually talk to. They're reasonably. They're trying to beg you to come back and say what's little left of this community. That's what they're trying to get you to do.
Okay, there's what other people in the world want to do, and then there's what the fuck I want to do, right? And so I'm more focused on that. That's why I said, don't tell me what it is I see. I already know what I see. That's why I'm a part of a group that curated a vision that reflects. Wait, hold on. That reflects what we see. See, so all that stuff that you're talking about right there, BJ. Well, hold on. I let you.
No, you did.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He just let you
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, he did.
Go ahead,
he
dude.
sat back and let you say what you
No, let him go. Let him go. No, let him go, man. Let him go.
He did let you speak.
Go ahead, man. Let him go.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening. No, I'm listening.
No. Okay. The thing is, that's why this shit keeps coming up, and that's how come you keep repeating the same things over and over again, right? It's because these guys want to try to convince these women that they're looking at the goddamn finances. They're looking at men leaving. They're looking at guys going overseas. They're looking at it. They still refuse to change. So it's not the same thing over and over again.
Well, that's not necessarily true, because we've been in this space long enough to know that we have seen content creators like yourself who actually said that we were supposed to save these chicks at one point in time. And we laughed at that shit. Because we said no, because we saw that shit 5-6 years ago, and we was like, hell no, there ain't no change in that. So now when you come to the realization, when you have men that come to the realization that there is no changing at that particular point, now there is a shift that needs to make. The problem is whenever there's a point in the space where the shift needs to take place, the space fights that shift. And we end up right back in the same place we started at. And at some point, there's going to have to be a shift. Even though Shay was talking about this on one of his videos about Kevin Reese, I think it was yesterday, and he was saying like, hey, he appreciated the Manosphere, but if anybody was paying attention, people could see the moves that he was making, and he was kind of separating himself off from that shit because he didn't see any ability from what he was saying of the development of the space. And every time we have tried to get black men to be able to be developed into a different orientation from a psyche standpoint, it's been content creators like y'all who want to keep pulling black men back into that argument when we have said 5-6 years ago, that shit is dead. It's no changing that
Bingo.
shit. I've been saying, I'm like, y'all, this is not going to change. I've been saying that shit since I've been in this space. I ain't never came to this space with the mentality of saving anybody. I ain't never been for a reformation. I've been for a separation from the beginning because there is no change. Even you say yourself, at the end of the day, like, what is it? That you give them the information. I guarantee you, I will put money up and say, I will be surprised if 5% of your audience actually reads the shit that you put forth. Well, I do respect the fact that you read, but I'd be surprised if 5% of your audience actually reads the shit. Edward Anderson couldn't even stand on the Moynihan report. He tried to use that shit to bash black females upside the head, but when he had to defend that shit, that nigga couldn't even defend the shit because the dumbass nigga didn't even read.
He needed you to come up.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't got no problem with research data. I'm all about that shit. That was my whole college career. But at the end of the day, there at some point a pivot needs to take place. Even Gigi has said this before. So at the end of the day, it's been major content creators who in one breath say the gender war is over, but keep trying to pull black men back into the fucking argument. So you can't say it's the females when you got males doing the same shit.
The thing is that especially in space, why they want to keep it going is not because of the women. Now it's about culture, not culture, but about policy change for the black boys and the black men. That's what it's about now. Policy change.
And Chat GPT is going to do that.
It ain't no policy.
Wait, hold on, bro.
Hold on.
Are you going to you ask the question?
Let me say this. Hold on. This is where we differentiate. Okay. There is no government public policy that's going to change the internal defects that's going on amongst black men. The only thing that's going to change the internal defects for black men is going to be black men changing it. We don't need a fucking public policy. Booker T. Washington did not need a fucking public policy to build Tuskegee, the Negro Farmers Conference, and the National Negro Business League. They didn't need public policy. We didn't need Chat
GPT to build our shit either. Go ahead, bro.
They needed will.
Fuck out of here.
And intentionality to build institutions that best represented black men and women, because one of the things that most people don't even know about, even if they do know about the National Negro Business League, is that Booker T. Washington was able to incorporate not only black men into the organization, but black women. We never needed feminism to tell us how to treat women properly because we was already doing it.
There it is.
You done?
And you have white people that hold on. You have white people.
Now, hold on. I'm
gonna give it to you. You had white people who saw the work that Booker T. Washington had incorporated into the National Negro Business League, and even they were fucking impressed at how well women were incorporated. We don't need no public policy. We don't need white people telling us through feminism and equity and all that other bullshit on how to actually treat women. We just need them motherfuckers to get the fuck out the way. And the only way that they'll do that is if black females stop letting them in. But if black females have the mentality to let them into the argument, then there's no hope and no change for them. And in any of these arguments about the gender war are moot, because at the end of the day, they're not going to be on your side anyway. And that's what we've been saying the whole time.
Got more?
No.
You sure?
Oh, he paused. That's you.
No.
Go ahead.
No. I'm sure, because every time I start, guess what happens?
That's you. I
Okay.
paused.
No, that's you. That's you.
Basically, what he started without public policy, guess what happened to all those businesses, all those towns? What happened to them? Without public policy, without protection. What happened?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You talking about Tuskegee?
Okay.
Tuskegee. I'm talking about the towns and the businesses that they started. What happened to them?
Not all of them were destroyed.
Most of them were, right?
No, they weren't.
Most of them weren't. Really?
No, they weren't. I'm doing the research.
Wait, Raul, that's not the argument. Raul, that's not the argument, though.
Let me get to this.
Okay.
I'm sitting here doing the research. Hold on. I'm sitting here doing the research. I'm doing the research. Now
I let you finish.
You asked me a question.
But you just asked him a question.
You asked me a question. What did he do?
Gentlemen,
No, I didn't.
Gentlemen,
You asked me a question.
Gentlemen,
He asked me a question.
You said, what happened to the businesses? And I
What
was
happened
about
to
to
the business?
explain.
Where they at?
Okay. Now, because I'm sitting here doing the research right now on Booker T. Washington, and so what it's talking about is that from 1881 to 1900, you had Tuskegee come into existence in 81. You had the Negro Farmers Conference that came into existence in 92, and then you had in 1900 the National Negro Business League came into existence in 1900 in Boston. The National Negro Business League, which is still in existence to this very day, operated in 34 different states in the United States. Okay. Now, what you see is that as the more more states that it began to operate in, the more satellite organizations that began to pop up in these different states, the more you saw the increase of black businesses. Okay. You can literally see the chart of how by the thousands of black owned businesses that came into existence. By 1900, black people had a net worth of taxable property that was valued at 500 million, about somebody in Harvard, 500
What happened to
$500 million. In
What
today's dollars.
No, you haven't answered my question.
Hold on.
His institute still exists today. He just told you.
$500 million. It will be valued at $17 billion now. You have all types of black. You have all types of black businesses. Even Claude Anderson talked about this. Claude Anderson said that when they was fighting for to be able to ride in the front of the bus with white people, he said his own family had their own bus company. And when they asked black people, why are y'all fighting to ride with white people? Black people said they wanted to ride in the front with white people. They already had their own buses. They didn't support it. Okay. And for all the people who think that Booker T. Washington was against politics, that's bullshit. He funded a lot of different things politically behind. You have a whole.
What happened to the businesses?
Hold on. You have a whole subscription called Black Enterprise
what happened
Magazine.
To the businesses?
Hold on, stop.
No. You haven't answered my question. I've been waiting 5 minutes for the question. Answer the question. What happened to business?
There's still black businesses now. What are you talking about?
And there's always been black businesses, even during slavery. What happened to the businesses? What happened to the growth?
Then.
What happened?
Okay, then. Hold on.
You keep saying hold on.
Wait. Go ahead, bro.
You keep cutting in.
Yeah.
No. You keep. Well, I'm saying
because you're saying what happened to the black businesses as if like all black businesses disappeared. Disappeared.
That's what's funny about this.
Are you saying that all black businesses disappeared?
How many towns were burned down? How many towns were burned down?
Okay, who's burning down towns today?
White folks. Okay.
Oh my God.
Like who's wait see because look like see wait Kev let me contextualize this because he's not understanding the angle that we're coming from here. No actually you don't so I'm gonna clarify see so here's what's happening here right there was a model created by Booker T right okay that is utilized by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce today right it's literally the model is what the United States government even uses right you see so in the fourth industrial paradigm, we were in this new age, in this new time. See, that's where I was just like, well, you're getting so caught up in, well, what happened to this and what happened to that? We're concerned about what's going on today and in the future. So let's go here. You see, so hold on. See, so what we're looking at.
You have to stick with one.
Wait. I have to do what?
Stick with one question at a time, okay?
Well, wait a minute. No. What I'm saying is that you're asking questions that are irrelevant to what it is that our purpose and mission is here.
No. You're talking about Booker T. Washington, right? What he
Yes.
set up and what we could have had, right? What happened to him when you don't have policy?
We still have it. What do you mean?
We still,
what are you talking about? It's still here.
I was just
hold on.
He just, oh my God.
Hold on.
I was just looking. Hold on.
Hold on a second. Go back and read the Mohawk Conference of 1890. That's where the policy was set. Okay. Before he did all that, the policy was already.
No. Right. Okay.
Hold on. The policy of what?
The fuck?
Go back and read the Mohawk Conference of 1890.
It's the policy of what?
Huh?
What the policy was.
I think people are missing the point here.
Okay, hold on. Let him say it. Hold on. Let him say it.
All right. Go BGS. Go BGS.
In other words, the policy was already laid out before he started doing that. Okay, go back and read the Mohawk Conference.
The policy of what?
Get that finished my goddamn statements, please.
You said the policy was laid out already. I'm asking you.
He's asking you to be more specific. That's all.
In other words, the trades, the businesses, the schooling, and all that, the money for all the schooling, and all that kind of stuff was already laid out in the Mohawk Conference. The policy was already in place. Okay.
Not before Booker T. Washington had already started.
When did he start this? In 18 what?
In 1881.
81.
Basically, on whose money?
He had support from people like Carnegie, Rockefeller. Yes. That was before then. That was before 1890.
Money.
So that was what? But you said something about a policy in 1890.
In other words, all the businessman bureaus, all that kind of.
But wait, what policy in 1890 are you referencing?
The policy, all these precepts.
Yeah, what you were just talking about.
Can I finish the sentence?
Let him finish.
Oh, do you want to hear me? Go ahead. If you read my mind, go read my mind.
No. Finish.
Read my mind. Every time
finish your
like
point.
5 or 6 words.
Don't worry about him. Finish the point.
And one thing, I'm tired of screaming through people. Okay. If you go back and read the Mohawk Conference, right? Men having trades, women going to school, them financing schools. Okay. All that stuff was laid out in the Mohawk Conference 1890. Okay, that the policy allowed him to actually set this stuff up. He didn't set this up with just on black people alone. In fact,
he said no. It was private money. It was prior to that.
What I'm saying,
that was what he just illustrated.
All right, man. Okay, read my mind.
That's all I was saying.
I'm not reading your mind. Where we're clarifying the record. It was established prior to that with private money.
Private money is still policy, sir.
Private money's private money.
And then the government.
If I take an investment for somebody in my business, dude, there's no policy that governs it outside of the contract that we set forth for me to accept the money.
The government has to allow it. Okay.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I don't have to ask the government if somebody wants to loan me money. That's a lie.
You're talking about private capitalists separate from government officials.
Even private capital, the government has to allow it.
They don't. The business. Who you think is funding the politicians that get in office?
Well,
business.
Look at
does the government
antitrust laws. Look at antitrust laws.
Does the government allow donations?
No. But see, you're missing the
government. Hold on. Let me say that. Let me say this complex. The government is the government is the taxpaying people. If you don't do the will of the business people, the business class, you will get your ass up out of there. They're gonna get you up out of there.
Or the business class will get themselves up out of it because they can't do that.
No, they're not.
Okay? Yes,
no,
they do.
Not.
They have to coordinate it. Yeah, they do.
Have the business.
Business has always driven government.
Hold on. You got business people who actually write the government policies. What are you talking about?
Government is a business.
So in other words, when you have all these competing sides, okay, who determines what gets written and what the balance is?
The business class.
Huh? No.
Well, courts are who adjudicate disputes.
No.
So that's who would determine that if there was a dispute. But basically, what typically happens is that if I'm going to take private investment from somebody, there's a contract that's drawn up, right? And usually, what happens is there's a notary public who is basically a third party witness, and then if there's a dispute, it goes to the courts. That's what happens.
Who enforces the contracts?
The
If
courts.
there's a dispute.
The courts are part of what?
Contracts are to be executed in good faith on both parties. That's why you negotiate the terms, and it's called good faith. So since you guys negotiated and agreed, you're supposed to carry it out. Now, if there is a dispute, guess who's the arbiter? The courts.
In other words, who enforces the contracts?
The courts.
The courts. Who the courts belong to?
Courts, but the courts don't make policy.
Who
The
the courts
legislature,
belong
hold on,
to?
politicians
Who do they
make
belong
policy.
to?
Politicians make policy. The reason why the courts are the courts because they're supposed to be a neutral arbiter.
They're a neutral
on
party.
What the rules are.
So the courts are not a government entity.
I didn't say the courts were not a government entity. I said they are separate branch of the government.
So
there is every branch that serves as a neutral party. They're an arbiter.
Who writes the code of that the contracts have to be written to?
Wait, you say who writes the code?
Yeah, who writes the code?
Hold on.
Can I finish? Okay, go
I
ahead.
thought you was finished.
Yeah, you asked a question, so he was going to answer it.
Okay. Who am I?
Well, wait a minute. You asked a question, so he was going to answer it.
Who am I talking to right now?
You're talking to me right now, but you asked him a question, and he was about to answer it.
I asked you the question.
You want to ask me?
No, complex. You got it. No, you got it. You take it.
Because the thing was, he was about to answer it, and you kept talking. I was just like, dude, he's about to answer it.
Okay, man.
So ask the question again.
Okay. Who writes the code or the way that contracts have to be written? Okay, they're not arbitrary. Okay, who writes the code?
Bro.
Okay, in American jurisprudence, you have something called contract law. So there is a basic fundamental foundation of what contracts are, what you can do and what you can't do. Okay. Now, if there is any dispute, you take it to a commercial venue. If it gets to a point where it's just causing too much confusion, you will see things be taken to the Supreme Court. So
yeah, you go to an upper court.
Neutral arbiter is able to say, is this in line with decades of American jurisprudence, or does there need to be a precedent set for this?
And this is pretty basic shit, BGS.
Who writes the laws?
Legislature writes the
Politicians
laws,
do.
Politicians write the laws. Thank you.
Yeah. See, so wait, hold on, Ron. Wait. When did we ever negate the role
you just did
of politicians in civic? Well, so wait a minute. So here's the thing, right? If I write a contract or if I agree to a contract with a person, in no way, shape, or form did I have to consult with a politician. So what is your point?
So in other words, even if you write a contract with a person, right? Okay.
Okay,
and say you want that contract enforced, right? It has to be in line with what? The laws laws of the land, right?
Right.
Well, you have to kind of write contracts based on what the two parties are agreeing to do.
No, it has to be in contract.
Well, so no, because see, here's the thing, right? What we're doing is let's separate it like this, right? So so if you're gonna ask me about it, BGS, then I'll tell you because I literally have contracts that I've written up.
You just cut me off again. In mid sentence. Okay.
But you're trying to take me down a line of questioning. I'm like, oh, okay, I got what you're asking. So I was about to say it.
Forget it. Let's forget the whole.
No, I was just about to say it.
No, I don't even want to talk about it. Forget it. Okay.
You don't want to talk about it? Okay.
Forget it.
Okay.
It's gonna be like this. Forget it. Okay.
Well, I mean, no, you're talking to us like we're fucking children. I'm like, dude, I literally write contracts and do all this shit. I mean, so what are you talking about?
So what code do you write the contracts by? They have to be in line with what?
Okay, hold on.
Wait. The basic answer to this would be
complex. Let me
get it. Okay, man, go ahead, dude. This is you're talking like I'm one of these people that calls him master teacher.
Hold on.
I don't give a shit about that.
Government. Before there's government, men have the right to enter into a contract, regardless if there's a government in existence. Okay. Now, part of the government is to make sure that your inalienable rights are not infringed upon. So courts are set up to make sure there's proper adjudication if there is any issue with any contract.
Like, so what are we missing here?
The government does not give you the right to enter a contract. Your creator gives you the right to enter a contract. They just have to set up a body that makes sure your natural rights are not infringed upon. This is what America's been. This is what the whole fight has been about America. Your rights, your inalienable rights. When they set the bill, the Bill of Rights, and all of that. That's a social contract. That's not a government contract. It's not a government one.
The social contract is a contract with the people to allow you to do that.
But it's already a natural right. That's it's a natural right.
That is a theory. Okay.
No, that's not a theory.
It is a
theory.
What?
I can go into a contract.
My God.
I can go. Hold on.
Go back and look at it.
Hold on. I can go into a contract with Complex right now. That's not a theory, man. The government.
We can even make a verbal one, and it'll still stand up in court.
Because
that's not government enforced, man. That's not government.
It's not government enforced.
It has to be enforced, otherwise.
No.
It's verbal. How?
Even a verbal contract, if it's not in line.
No, the court is the arbiter. The court is the functionary of the government that serves as the arbiter. It is a neutral party. That is why it's called a court. It is why Lady Justice has a little thing around her eyes with a damn balance, dude. Who are you talking to?
What I'm saying first.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on, let him finish.
A theory. It's bullshit.
Okay,
hold on. Complex, let him go.
This is some dumb shit.
Let's bring it down a little bit.
It's a theory. Okay? It's a theory.
What?
It's a social theory. It's a liberal social theory. That's
no, when you're talking about contract. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ryo. We gotta address venue, because if he's talking about contract, we're gonna talk about the commerce venue.
all over the place.
We're gonna talk about the commerce venue, because that's where you adjudicate any sort of disputes.
Adjudicate, right? Enforceable, right? What
right.
A contract. If it's going to be enforced, it's got to be in line with what? The laws that are already written. Okay.
Hey, can I?
Hold on. Before
no, wait. No shit. Like, oh my God, dude. Like, wow.
Who makes the law? Who writes the laws?
Oh man.
Who writes the laws?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do Muslims do they have to outside of like murder and stuff like that? When it comes to their own affairs, do they get to enter their own contracts based on their culture, like the small hats do?
The Islamic law. The Islamic have laws. Okay.
Islamic Sharia law
they have laws that are written. Yeah.
Is it the government though?
Yes.
No, it's based on the religion. It's not based on the government.
No, go look at Islamic law in different.
What is the ultimate point, BGS? Well, I'm trying to get to the point. What is the ultimate point, man? Like, holy fuck!
You guys go on.
No, Jesus Christ over here. Like, this is some bullshit. All right, man. All right.
Let him go. Go ahead.
Okay. If you look at Islamic law from country to country to country, right? It's all altered just differently, okay? Whether it's whether you can keep your kids or not, how old you can keep the kids, whether who gets the kids, all that kind of stuff is different from different Islamic cultures and different Islamic laws from country to country. They have Islamic courts, just like we have liberal courts. All these countries, especially large bodies, have courts. It has to be in line. It has to be in line with the laws that are written.
It has to be in law. It has to be in line with the laws of Islam. That's what Sharia law is. Sharia law is based off of the Quran. It's based off of Islam.
How do you code it? You have to code it.
You codify it by having a council of men who agree to those rules. The men have to.
Why are you saying dude? We never disagree.
Complex, I'm good.
What?
Complex, I'm good right now. I'm good.
Fuck?
I'm good. You have a council of men that sit down who are considered the elders of a group, and they agree to the terms. That's what it is.
The elders of the group.
Men are not going to enter into a contract. They're not going to enter into an agreement like something like an account in a council form where they don't feel like their interests are protected. Why would they enter into that type of deal? They wouldn't do it. They don't. No, they don't.
People do it all the time.
No, they don't. Come on. All right, bro.
They do it all the time.
All right, bro.
All right, guys.
Hey, bro.
Okay, guys. Okay, let's move this right along.
Thank you.
Chaos Reign, what's going on? I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked everybody who stepped up on this panel. Is the Black Manosphere dead?
You want to be honest with you, Kevin?
Be honest. Look. I'm not trying to force you into
As
answer it a certain way.
as it
Just
stands,
answer what you believe, bro.
as it stands right now, with how things going, I think is the casket has dropped.
Okay.
The casket has dropped.
Yeah.
Now that you said that,
Yeah.
I need some reasoning behind that. Everyone that has stepped up on this panel has given their reasoning as to what their answer is. What's yours?
Like in detail?
Yeah.
Please,
I would say
please.
there's so many stages that there's no really real tangible direction besides, we're here having this conversation. And I think I had conversations with other brothers shortly about this, and thinking, saying, okay, we know the issues, so really who's going to step forward in regards to the political apparatus to make somewhat of a possibility of knocking out a few of these things that really hurt a few of the men politically, like, especially dealing with this country, like the child support, all these other small things that hurt men. Who's going to really, show presence, to really start knocking out some of these things. That's me. That's my thing.
That's you. Okay. All right. Well. I'm gonna give my answer. I'm gonna have to sort of disagree with you, Chaos Reign.
Okay.
Just based on the fact that the people have been trying to kill this space for some years now, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. There are people who are still not afraid to claim Black Manosphere, such as myself. And that's for all those fuckers that visited my community tab post earlier, too. So, no, it's not dead. Does it have its issues? Yes, it does. It does have its issues, but it's not enough to kill it. Sorry.
Okay. But, Kev, do you think, from your own experience, because you've been dedicated in the space for such a long time,
not as long as some of these others. I mean, compared to some of these others, I'm still kind of new here, even if it has been like 2 or 3 years. But go ahead.
If they said this is not dead yet, what elements is possible to make something that's still here and growing potentially die? From your perspective.
What could make it die?
Yeah, what could make it die?
If everybody just stopped mentioning it all together and go their separate ways, that's what could make it die.
Separate ways, and what do you mean by that?
Literally, if everybody stopped mentioning the Black Manosphere and went all their separate ways and just stood on content as individuals instead of a space itself, it probably would die. But then again, it will still be the Black Manosphere, but not called the Black Manosphere.
How would it die even if people did that and they still held panels on stuff, right? Yeah. And then so there's still like this networking, LinkedIn network aspect to it, where everybody then kind of intrinsically knows what other people are doing, because then there's like that 6 degrees of separation type of thing. How do you actually nullify that?
How do you nullify it?
Yeah, if people still intend on monetizing, doing live streams, super chats, all that kind of stuff, right? Would going their separate way entail non-monetization?
No, I wouldn't say that. I was just trying to answer Chaos's question. How could it die? Not saying that I have the correct answer in that, but I was just trying to figure out a way. I don't really believe at this point it could die. No matter how much you tried to kill it.
Exactly.
But Kev, even let's say if people were able to monetize what they're saying, right? And there's some money in it in the long run. I don't think that was, in my opinion, the people that really are passionate and they really value this, they'll try some way to keep some messages going, because I mean, if you say yourself, Kev, it's going to reach out to not people that's older, but someone younger that's going to listen to us.
Chaos, can I ask you a question? Yeah, go ahead. What do you think is more important for Black men, entertainment or institutions?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say institutions would be more beneficial for the long run.
Now let me ask you another question.
Mhm.
Do you believe that since you've been in the space, do you believe black men are more serious about entertainment or building institutions in this space?
Priorities.
I'm gonna get back at you with that one.
That told us everything, bro. That's cool. That's cool.
yeah.
We
That's
already
cool.
know.
We
already
that's cool.
know. Now the reason why I asked that question is because, see, you know, me personally, and I know I probably could speak for Complex, like we're not here for moral victories. We want tangible shit. Okay. And so having a space of men that looks like the Oprah Winfrey network of the 90s is not a good look for black men. Sorry. It's not. Now, what's a good look for black men is actually institutions being built out of a conglomeration of black men coming together for a common cause. Now that looks good, because anything else besides that, you leave room for your enemies to infiltrate you. That's why so many dudes will start off with a chick, they'll have a channel, and then the chick flames out, start her own stuff, and then next thing you know, she's more popular than him, she's getting more money than him, and at some point, niggas gonna have to hit the bell, is gonna have to go off, and be like, damn, these chicks running the bag up on us. Like, we on this type of. That's what this Pearly shit should have like woke niggas up to. Like, damn, like she basically came in your space and grifted your shit and doing better than you. And is you didn't see Pearly argue when you didn't see her not know anything about contracts, did you? She knew about the damn contracts.
That was a hot topic, wasn't it? Wasn't that a hot topic? That them contracts.
Did she got Anton, or does this behind the scenes? Did he got a contract with her and stuff? Yeah, y'all. A lot of people started trying to figure out, understand certain terms that really matter. She came in here for an actual purpose. I mean, it was the grift, but she came to grift and get some money, and she came to do business.
And got it.
And one of the things that Pearly could show the Black Manosphere, unfortunately, which is sad, is how to do business. Because the Black Manosphere is not about, collectively, is not about business. Because if it was, you would see a whole lot more content featuring black people that's in this space who are financial wizards on business. You will see more of those types of people featured than a raggedy ass chick who niggas are trying to reform, even though they claim they don't want the damn bitch.
And if it was like that, that Chat GPT would be the least of a motherfucker's worries. So right. Yeah, hey, priorities.
Yeah, can I hop in here?
Go ahead.
You got it.
Cool, perfect. So, anyways, I think the point that BGS was trying to say earlier, both of you guys are right. Yes, we're not saying that we need the government to come and save us. What we're saying is that these changes in public policy are necessary to confirm and consolidate those gains. I think that's the point that people were missing. It's not about needing a.
When you say policies, what? See. So let's do this. Let's do this, right? Because I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take what you just said, right? What do you think my personal, like in terms of my interests, what do you think they are?
I think your personal interests, I think you're more so business oriented. Okay. So.
But specifically, what do you think that is?
I can't, obviously, when it comes to helping brothers out financially, I think that's your primary focus.
Well, no, we're talking policy.
Policy?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I didn't ask about.
So I'm in tech and I'm in transport, right? See, so I can kind of focalize where my political kind of interests are, right? Once again, we're going to talk about sort of like the spectrum of this space here, right? Because you're telling me something that really isn't in my purview. So that's why I asked you, what policies are you talking about?
I mean, obviously policies such as removing the Duluth model when it comes to the loose model assumptions when it comes to domestic violence, having automatic split custody when it comes to parents, okay, especially in divorces, removing alimony obligations under no fault divorce, because
Okay.
as what the funky academic said, again, it's hard to build families and maintain this wealth because remember, building strong families is key to maintaining wealth, okay, and holding on to familial wealth. It's hard to do that when you're in a culture that promotes frivolous divorce, okay. Doing stuff like having more resources invested in, young brothers and young so-called black boys, actually investing in their literal literacy and financial well-being. Okay, that's what I mean in regards to policies. So
right,
again,
we actively do that over on our platform, right? You see, so those are things
exactly.
that, because what we're looking at is harnessing the talents of those young black boys that you're mentioning, right, and then pushing them into a venue, right, that has an opportunity curve that's on the upward trend when we go towards the future, i.e. STEM. Okay, see, so this is where I say, okay, we're talking STEM and things that would benefit young black boys, black men, right? Okay. And like I said, I didn't leave black women out of that, but our focus is black boys and black men. And it's in the realm of what it is that we do. And business is what supports all of that. You see, it's businesses that lobby politicians to get laws on the books, right? I had to deal with politicians here to get the business up to do what I'm doing here. Right. That's just the cost of doing business. Right. That's why I wasn't trying to press BGS or trying to interrupt them. But I'm like, yeah, tell me about it. Right. That's a normality.
But the thing is that, okay, just like it happened with the women and other groups, right? The reason that you have this disproportionate wealth between white and black, right, is because the affirmative action monies and opportunities that were supposed to go to black men, okay, went to white women, okay, went to just that
But
one
in the
little.
fourth and I'm sorry. No. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Thank you. Okay. Just putting those three letters in the civil rights bill, changes for sex, actually shifted 83% of the government wealth and the government programs and the government pushed contracts, government wealth, loans, and all this kind of stuff went to white women instead of black men where it's supposed to go. Okay, women stood by and did nothing. Okay, now that this wave, because of the post-industrial environment that we're in, this wave is going all over the world. Okay, that's like when you see people like the Brookings Institute in the middle of all this kind of stuff because they see what's happening, because all the men all over the world saying that this wave, this feminist wave that's swept the world, has gone too far, and we're going to give up if you guys don't do something, because you guys have for 50 years preferred the girls over the boys in school, in business, in finance, in job creation, and all this kind of stuff is all politics has all been pushed towards female. Okay, the pendulum has to swing back. It has to swing back.
Understood. I'm not discrediting.
And so to do that in policy, because this is all policy. Okay. You're going to have to appeal to the people that make the policy, okay? And they have to balance this out. So the thing is, while this wave is starting to shift back towards it, black men and black boys need to be at the front of this line, okay?
Okay. But when you say that to me, that's almost like a slap in the face. Not really, right? Because I'm like, well, what the fuck do you think we spent the last 5 years? Wait, hold on. Now let me finish. What the fuck you think we spent the last 5 years on YouTube doing? You see, so this is where I'm like, I'm hearing this, and I'm like, okay, we're actively doing the goddamn work, and then we also have the business and infrastructure to also support it. See, so and I'm saying we had to navigate the political maze to get it done. You see, so there's a modicum of experience that we can also speak to that reflects in what it is that we say. You see, so for us, it's not mere theory at this point. It really isn't. Let
me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. If the environment made it easier for you to do exactly what you're saying that you need to do, right? Would you be on board for that?
Well, you said what the environment made. Say that again.
Environment Is the political environment was working for you instead of against you? Would you be in favor of that?
I think the political environment was agnostic. It largely had to do with the actual opportunity itself. We had to hunt this stuff down. And then what you do is you do what's necessary with the government to get whatever permits, contracts, what have you. Because look, at the end of the day, here's the thing, right? Well, I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question.
Is it a yes or no? Yes or no?
It's a no. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Okay. Because see, as a company, guess what you do? You pay into the civic infrastructure. You pay taxes. You pay for all these different fees and all this type of shit. See, look, cities are not going to shun you from doing business when cities themselves are businesses. And tax revenues are the revenues for the city. So really what it was dotting all the T's, crossing all the I's, and making sure you had the right type of insurance, and had to have this, and then give the municipal police department this right here. They have access to this. They could track this. And okay, like I said, that maze you have to go through. Okay, you do all this, and then yes, you could do it. That's what the process is. And that's why I'm saying I would prefer to speak from experience. So when you ask me that question, I'll just tell you what the fuck it is that I had to do.
And to extend that too as well, even going back to the times of Booker T, they recognized that because I was sitting here like actually reading some of this a couple of days ago. They said that no group of people is going to be taken seriously as it relates to the political arena who does not take control and set up their own industries. They're not going to be taken seriously. So you can have all the political things you want, but you got to have some kind of leverage in the system to move people in your direction. The problem is Black people only had moralism to try to move the system. It takes more than that. You're going to have to fund some shit. You know what I'm saying? These LGBTQ people, they understood that. They did all that moral shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though most people would consider what their lifestyle is as immoral. But once they got some money, what did they do? They went right to Barack and they got some shit done for themselves. Okay? And see, that's the problem that we keep falling into. We want to moralize everything instead of actually doing what people 100 years ago told us to do. Set up this business shit, become a part of the tax base so you can control your city, your locale. And Booker T. Washington, he wasn't naive. He said, hey man, this might take 100 years for us to do this, but we need to stay the course on this because we need to be, at the end of the day, a politician is somebody who is asking you for a job. You got control.
Which people are Black people trying to move? Which people with moralism are Black people trying to move?
A politician is asking for a job. They need money. Okay? So if you got the money and they want the position, guess what you do? You negotiate. You say, hey, if we support, I'm gonna give you a prime example. And when Tuskegee was set up, Tuskegee did not get any appropriations from the Alabama state legislature. Okay? Now, one of the closest advisors to Booker T, he went to two Democratic legislature who were running for re-election, and he told them, he said, "Look, I can guarantee you the Black vote, but if y'all get re-elected, we want y'all to go to the legislature and push for an appropriation for Tuskegee." The white dudes got re-elected. They went to the legislature, they pushed for it in the legislature, and they got the appropriations for Tuskegee. Tuskegee was doing a lot of stuff just on their own. They got the money, like a lot of other white schools were getting appropriations from the government. They pushed for it, but they had an infrastructure that white people had to respect. They had to respect it. So now they could control and lobby the politician on their behalf. If you're guaranteeing the Black people's vote and you're not using your leverage in that kind of capacity, you're not going to get anything. Why would they give you something and they already know you're going to vote for them anyway? And even when they don't give you shit, you still going to keep voting for them. They don't have to. they ain't working for your shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to use your leverage in the system to make them bend to your will. They work for you, so you got to make them work. Like Complex was talking about with the politician in California that he put on his video, that he actually ultimately got what he needed because he made that local politician work for him. That's how we have to do it. We cannot get around this. It's going to take money to fund your shit. That's just the bottom line. Everybody else has had, even the black females, all that independent shit. You know how they got independent? Because they had some people putting money with that shit to make them feel that way. They didn't do that shit on their own. They had some money. We got to do it differently, but at the end of the day, we still got to do it. There's just no way around it. There's no way around it.
I'm just saying, dude, if that means you got to put your own bread up, then you do it, because that's what me and my partner did. We put our own bread up. We ain't asked for a single goddamn super chat and cash app, and I'm not shaming anybody who does that, but I'm just trying to speak once again, right, for what it is that I'm about. And if I get combative about some shit, it's because I stand on it. Okay, that's money out my goddamn pocket, right, to get this shit off. So I can speak to every, and Rael knows he's been there. I'm CCing him on emails, all this shit. So you every step of the way. Okay, so I'm just saying.
So what you're saying, because I'll let you guys talk for like 10 minutes, right?
You got it. Go ahead.
What you're saying that if we could set up programs.
Yeah.
If we could set up programs and make it easier for you to do what you do, you wouldn't take it. It would be a no. You'd rather do it the way you're doing it.
Okay, guys.
Anyway.
Just for a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Rogish the same question I asked everyone else, but I gotta call these super chats out.
Go ahead.
And you know, I like passionate conversations. I do, but you know, this one thing is, you know, and I'm not going to talk, we're all adults here, but, you know, I think it'd be better for the chat and the people who are watching if that everybody just kind of talk one at a time. So, but gentlemen, yeah, I mean, I'm learning a lot here. So, okay. Let me call this first super chat from Mr. Me Too. Great combo, fellas. You heard Toya, support Black Men Media. Thank you to Mr. Me Too and also Toya. Appreciate that.
Well, okay. Just so you know, Kev, this is how the Coliseum used to go.
Okay. Yeah.
No, we didn't let people talk over each other like this, though.
Okay. Well, you know, and
sometimes it got heated, bro. Like
sometimes it got heated, but guess what I did? We one at a time, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm not finished, guys.
Go ahead.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna let you speak once I get this done. Okay, Rogish, the build mugger, K-Rock rocking it. How do you remember my nickname from 22 years old? But thank you for the super chat. Also, there's another one. Let me see. Mr. Me Too again. I appreciate it. He says that the real life change that the Black Manosphere will affect will most likely be seen by our kids.
True.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're probably well off of that. And also, I have a cash app from D-Rock Den. Thank you for that. He had a message on there, and the message was let me go to him real quick. He said, for the detractors, speak on speculation, not truth. Okay, thank you, D-Rock Den, for the cash app. Also, let me see how many likes I have at this point. Okay, guys. This is where that little entertainment aspect is going to come in a little bit. But I do have 79 likes, and I got 135 watching. So hit like, people.
What? There's 135?
Yeah, 135 people watching.
Yeah.
And I got 79 likes.
It's called a share.
No. I mean, it was kind of going back to the whole like thing and the numbers being off.
It's an algorithm.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, but I have one dislike. Now, you know, I know we're having a serious conversation here, but I gotta do this every time I get a dislike. Okay. So hopefully this doesn't make anybody perturbed or anything when I play this.
It is now I'm feeling objectified by your male gaze.
Damn.
Okay, I just had to do it. People always be sneaking me these dislikes after the broadcast.
Brutally honest.
All right, so Rogish.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, before this passionate conversation continues, which I see it as is passionate conversation. These are grown men that have viewpoints, and I believe that even though they have a difference of views, I believe that the intentions are well.
Right.
But I'm gonna ask you this: do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
Oh no.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right.
The
So that's
thing,
6 no's and 1 yes.
nah, it's not dead because the thing is, right now it's become a gold rush. So how can it be dead?
True. You got a point.
Yeah.
It'd be, you know what I mean? Once the gold rush ends, then we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? If it turns back into old school gym life, when back in the mid '90s it was only 5 people there in the mornings, instead of 25. You know what I mean?
Man's got a point.
Okay. So we got another no. Well, I didn't count myself in the no, so yeah, I don't believe. Like I said, I don't believe the Black Manosphere is dead. If you want me to be brutally honest, I mean it's far from dead. So okay, gentlemen, continue. Somebody,
you wouldn't be honest to your channel if you didn't.
In other words, if you go back, and this is why I love Quigley's work, right? If you go back and see how modern industrial countries actually built, they have to be bootstrapped. It doesn't come out of whole cloth. Somebody's got to bootstrap. Somebody has to invest in it. Okay, some government entity or some society has to invest into the population. Otherwise, you're not going to get results. That's just that's you look at any country, whether it's America, whether it's Europe, whether it's Russia, whether it's China, even India. That when they had all those H-1B visas they came across because of the Y2K problem, India had to really invest into those colleges, invest into those kids to make all those programmers. They didn't come out of nowhere. Okay, the same way that a society has to invest into its children, our children. Okay, you can try to do it on as a bootstrap, like you guys are talking about, and I've been looking at for the last 40 years. It has not worked. You're going to have some help from your society, because if the society does not work for you, it's going to work against you.
This is what Mike V speaks to and gets a whole bunch of pushback about.
What's his name? Smith said the same thing, right? About the same thing about going to a bank and getting funds, okay? Getting funds, getting loans and stuff like that to actually invest into the business, right? And there's a barrier to that in this country.
So when Mike V speaks about these things, especially from a political standpoint, a political angle, he covers all of the articles and things. So why is it that he gets a lot of pushback for covering the things that acutely address what you're talking about?
And Mike V, when Mike V is trying to, when he says about a program, that's fine. He doesn't get pushback when he says that. When he says
he gets a shit ton of pushback for what it is that he espouses.
The thing is, he thinks what he espouses is more important than what you're espousing. Okay.
But wait a minute, what he espouses is attached to directly what you just said, and then he proves it. When he does like the political live streams, he covers all of these various programs. I mean, he's posted all the articles. You put the dockets in there. I mean, what I find interesting is that he gets a whole lot of smoke for literally pushing an agenda that supports what you just said.
Exactly.
What agenda is he pushing? Okay.
Oh, well, we're talking about the inclusion of young black boys and black men into the STEM fields and utilizing pre-existing programs and platforms that are already on board. See, the problem is
that's not what I just said, though.
That's not what I said.
That's not what I said. It's not what I said at all.
You just
let him clarify.
No, I'm saying that's what addresses what you just said, and I said that Mike V speaks to it at length, and he always gets smoke from people.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Let him clarify.
In other words,
okay,
the society, okay, the government, society has to invest into these programs, right? You cannot do it by yourself, because the society, like the government, can actually de-incentivize these kind of things, right?
He literally just covered a whole docket of stuff. I think he and I did it like a week ago. And that's not the only live stream that we've done about this. The problem is, once again, the focus is elsewhere.
No, the thing is, you're trying to bring something outside of the discussion that we're talking about, right? Okay.
No, I'm saying that there's actually discussions that are had literally within this sphere, right? That's related to the conversation that Kev is hosting right now, and I'm speaking to a specific example where Mike tries to educate people on platforms and all these various mechanisms, right? We could leverage that are already on the books, right? Policy that we were just talking about, all that, and it said there's literally a live stream just from last week. We just covered a whole docket worth of this stuff, right?
In other
So
words, how do you get to?
I'm just asking, like, why is he get smoked for this?
One, Mike does not really articulate his points very well. That's number one. And number two, and number two, when you ask Mike direct questions, Mike gets upset and gets flustered. Okay, that's one reason that he gets smoked.
I think he might get upset and flustered because what he's saying is literally directly tied into what everybody says there needs to be a solution for the.
No, in other words, when the thing is, when it comes to how do you get a society to fund these things, how do you get a society to take interest in these people? How do you get a society to invest in?
Well, to interject, hold on, to interject.
Can I finish in mid sentence? Okay.
I didn't hear it because the signal went away. I didn't hear it.
Your sound went a little bit low.
It went low.
It did go out, man.
Thank you. Damn.
Okay. The thing is, how do you get people? How do you get to society to invest in people in a group of people they don't want to invest in? Okay. How do you get them to do that? Okay, you can have the platforms, you can have all this kind of stuff, but you still need the society to actually lift these people up, invest in these people. Otherwise, they will stay downtrodden. Okay.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Hold on, Colin. Let me get there.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's take Black Boys for an example. Okay. I have a grant database that I just purchased.
Okay.
And when I type in Black Boys, I see hundreds of thousands of foundations that are willing to shell out money to address cultural issues, societal issues, criminal issues, and they're just waiting for Black men to write a grant and apply for some money. Me and Complex was talking about what's the name of that nonprofit in Cali, man? I mean, I had said the name.
Homeboy Industries. Homeboy Industries.
Latinos, yeah.
Now, and so it's to help.
You've had brothers that have been a part of Homeboy Industries. Yeah. I told Rael this when we had a conversation about this. I told him that Homeboy Industries started back when I was in high school. And it dealt with Latino gang members, right? Rehabilitate. We already know the history on this. Okay, that does not mean that there haven't been brothers that have also been a part of that program, because there have been. But that's not the point, right?
Okay.
Because there's a point that Ryle's trying to get to about this grant database.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you.
It's okay. Give me one that actually designated for Black boys and Black men. Or
Harlem Children's Zone by Jeffrey Canada. Like that specifically has Black. It specifically was addressed for Black children. It's to the point that they have a lottery where other people are trying to get their kids in his school, and I've seen the amount of money that he's gotten in grants, and it's in the millions. Okay, I've seen it, and so you have money that's out there. The problem is that you have a lot of Black men who don't know how to interface in the system. This is one of the things I said about the Black men in academia. See, I was in academia with a lot of all that pro-Black rhetoric and all that shit. But what I realized is that what happened is that many of these dudes from academia was not on their shit. They were not writing grants, trying to fund something. The Black females were. The Black females were. And a lot of those Black men with masters and PhDs, because I had a professor, Dr. Watts, who his focus, I took African American psychology with him. And his focus was community psychology. So he would create
How was
programs.
that
He would
class?
create. It was beautiful.
God
It
damn,
was
that
a
sounds
beautiful
nice.
class.
He
Yeah.
wrote a did he write a grant?
He wrote all types of grants to get
Okay.
things funded for programs and initiatives that he would take in the Black community to try to bring about a social consciousness change
Okay.
in Black people.
So
So
how
you
many
have
how many
you
grants
have
do
you.
how
I don't know.
how
I
many
wasn't in his business like
and
that, but I'm saying
no, well
he
what
did.
I'm
Hold on,
hearing
hold on,
okay,
hold on.
Let him
okay,
cook. Let him cook,
all
BJ.
What
right,
I'm
all right.
saying is the money is out there. You have public money in grants, but you also have billions of dollars in the private sector for grants. All they're waiting for is a lot of Black men to write a grant so they can apply for the money and create a program. But we have too many Black men that want to argue with females. That's not going. The females are writing the grants. That's what I told my homie when we was in college. I
What's
said,
the
"Yo,
first
these
step
chicks,
to writing a grant, though?
Well,
they
wait a
They are
minute.
writing
No,
they
the
are writing
first step to
grants.
writing a grant, to answer that question, Rogus, the first step to writing a grant. So, for example, if I wanted to get a grant, which is what we do, right? That's the reason why Ryle has the database, right? To let me know, like, where can we get money, right? See, so the first step is to have a business, because then what you're going to do is then you're going to go and apply for grants to fulfill certain aspects or areas of your business, to do various things for your business in the industry in which you do it. So, for example,
Does it
if
have
I'm
to
in
be specifically
micromobility,
an LLC? Does it have to be specifically an
no
LLC?
nonprofit,
no, it
nonprofit,
doesn't.
nonprofit,
You got to be
No,
nonprofit.
All right.
no. And all I'm
501c.
saying is that for me to apply for
Bill
grants,
Monger
in order for me to
Productions.
apply for grants, they have to be things that are adjacent to what I do.
All right.
So in other words, what I'm hearing, especially from the academics, with a lot of them, right, is that they do write grants continuously, right? Guess who gets get the grants funded? Is it the men or the boys? It's the women.
It's the women. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they tell me all the time. Yeah, the Hood Scholar, Dr. T, Gigi, Dr. Neal, they all say the same thing because they're all connected. All these PhDs, they're inside, right? They
Are
get
these grants that they're applying for, BGS?
Yes, they're there. Yeah.
Oh, it makes sense. Makes sense.
Sure does.
That they apply for and their colleagues apply for, because they ask, because he continually asks, do you apply for grants? Is there programs out there for that are actually identified for Black men and Black boys? Okay,
Totally makes sense.
because you don't,
I've seen them.
if you don't do it, what happens is, guess who's going to take it over and take over the money? If you don't make specifically for Black men and Black boys, guess what's going to happen to it within a short
It defaults to some other quasi entity, right? Because the grant money has to be utilized. It has to be spent.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Okay? It has to be spent.
Listen, hear me out, okay? The program, if it's not identified specifically for Black men and boys, and you leave it open, Black women and others will come in and take it over.
This is what I said. So, like, if the money's there, it has to be spent. So then they'll go to some sort of group that has some sort of mission statement, some sort of charter, right? That I guess fits, right? Because there was nothing specific, right? That went and got the money. So now what we got to do is give it away to somebody.
Right.
Well, the thing is that because of the way the structure is, because of the feminist structure, also that they really don't care about Black men and Black boys who gets awarded the grants. Okay, the vast majority of grants are either white women or Black women. Okay, and then
well, that's not exactly the case in like the area of say like what it is that I do, right? This is like a male dominated, right? See, so that shit goes to guys like us, and this is the reason why once again, where we try to push brothers in a direction, right, where the paper is, not only that, but where the growth trajectory is.
So
like you told me directly that feminism would have something to do with my business, and that has not been the case at this point.
So if we can change the environment that's tilted toward Black boys and Black men, would your job be easier?
What do you mean? So if we could, the problem is that we've been focused on that, but there's a greater group of us that is not focused on it. So if you're going to ask me that question, the obvious answer is yes. The obvious answer would be yes, but you already see what's in action right now.
Right.
Exactly.
That. Hold on. That's what I'm trying to tell
Oh,
you.
okay. Thank
I'm trying
you.
to.
Thank
Hold on.
you.
Hold on. I'm trying
That's
to
all
tell
I
you. Hold
want.
on. Hold on.
And
What I'm trying to tell you is
uh
that again. Okay.
okay.
So when you apply for public grants, for example,
Mm-hmm.
there's a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot more stipulation on it because it's technically government money. So you're going
Mm-hmm.
to have much more rigorous stipulations attached to that money because obviously, even though the government does a lot of wasting of money, they don't want to waste the money. So there's
That's
going
why
to
you
be
have to
much
report
more.
your stuff quarterly.
Right, right. So that's why you're going to get much more stipulations. You get much more freedom in the private sector. Okay. Now, the government knows that the government does not have the capability of solving all of society's ills. So that's why you have this framework where you can actually come in and get grants. You got grants in all different types of sectors. You got grants that you can get through the Department of Justice for juvenile programs if you want to start. I mean, you have so many different foundations and charities in the private sector where you literally have billions of dollars at the disposal to go for it. This is what Jeffrey Canada's he's done it. He's shown how to do it. He's doing it, and I've seen the grant. I've seen the amounts. He's a black man. So at the end of the day, and he literally wrote the book on I think I forgot the name of his book that really kind of he started really researching a lot of the education stuff, and he didn't like what he was seeing as far as black kids. So he wanted to do something about it. Well, he did something about it. And so you have to put your nose to the grindstone and you have to learn the game. You ain't gonna just come in there and just wing some shit. Your shit has to be precise. Because these people, when they give away money, they're not just giving away money just to give it away. They want to see something sustainable over a course of time. So they want to make sure that your ideas are good. And so that means cats got to really step up their game. They're not just giving money away like that. So you have to really understand the game. This is why colleges have people who actually know how to write grants for the school. This is how a lot of colleges get their money. They get a lot of their money for people writing grants for the college. This
This
is
is what
the
my
game,
wife used to do.
right? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people just don't know the game. You know what I'm saying? At one point in time, I didn't know the game. Guess what? I picked up a book on grant writing. That's how I learned. You know what I'm saying? I've seen people get grant. I'm telling you, like, it's not what a lot of these cats think it is. But again, you have to position yourself in this system to be able to take advantage of the things that's available to you. A lot of cats don't know how to play the game. They don't know how to talk the game. They don't know how to play the game. This is what Kevin was talking about all the time. How to play the game to your advantage. This is what Kevin Samuel was talking about all the time. A lot of black men just don't know the game, and they get
No,
all into their
Riley, keep
field.
it.
They, they get all into
Go
their
ahead, do finish
field
up.
and
I'm sorry.
want to pitch a hissy fit, and they don't really know the game, learn the game, and then
No, I'm
play the
saying, man,
game
like
to your advantage.
when wifey was here, man, like that was when I was doing the music thing. I had the record label, all that stuff. I was getting into digital media and all that kind of stuff. So, dude, she was digging up, arts grants, right, and all that type of shit because it was centric to the business. So when Raul speaks to grants, this is the reason why he purchased access to a database because we actually have there's a group of few brothers, man, companies and different venues and different areas and stuff, and there's money sitting on the table for various things, right, that are centric to those various interests, right? So when we talk grants and stuff like that, it's specific to what it is that your company does.
Right. And I paid $1,600 for this grant database. Okay, $1,600. So
Right.
make no mistake about it. Like I got my eyes on a lot of shit, and like I told Complex, I said, yo, anybody in the circle that's want to rock on this shit, yo, let's do it. Because we got to have the access to the information. This is the information innovation age. You have to have the information. The reason why I knew about this particular grant database was because I picked up a book that talked about it. I didn't know anything about it until I picked up the book and read on it. That's how I found out about it. So you gotta have your eyes in the right place so you can get the right information.
Okay. Okay. All right. Great point. We got Mr. Z up here. Just came in. What's going on, Mr. Z?
Did you just call me?
What?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. No, no, okay.
Where's the plum
No,
wine?
no, y'all. I got no. Hey, no. Hey. So you know when
What?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that, Kev. You know when they low key trying to flirt, but they pretending like they not trying to flirt. That's what just happened. Y'all just heard some
Oh,
background.
okay,
Don't
okay,
worry
all
about it.
right.
Yeah.
Just making sure, bro.
I'm putting my bid in, but I'm a woman, so I'm not
Making
gonna really put
sure,
my bid
bro.
in. Yeah. You know that's what y'all just
I
heard. Don't
thought
worry
you was
about it.
getting checked for a minute.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. No, Mrs. E said. Okay. So what's going on, y'all?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked everybody else who came on this panel.
Mhm.
Do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
No.
Okay. There's another no.
No.
Explain yourself.
It's a resounding. So I agree with Rogish. The money's here. Number one. Number two, I agree with BGS that where else you gonna go? All the people that's trying to destroy this, or they have their own reasons, whether it's the pro-black sphere, whether it's the divestors, whether it's who else, the Donovan Sharps of the world that it never existed in the first place, and it's what he call it, nigga tube and whatever. Yeah, all these people have their own reasons for saying that this place is dead. Excuse me, it's not dead, and it's really the only place on the interwebs that's saying that where black men can congregate and express themselves. Whether it's I've been listening for a very long time, so whether it's the business side of the Black Manosphere that wants to speak about starting your own business, whether it's the political side, whether it's the right political side, whether it's the left political side, the one place that we can congregate on the interwebs and have those conversations and then come up with plans, come up with the 15-point plan,
That is
like
true.
Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. There's really no other place on the interwebs that gives us this. It's the one place where we can congregate and then debate those ideas, right? And then you actually see people meeting with local politicians. You got the passport bros that said, "Yeah, I'm out." You got the SYSB and people that saying, "I'm staying here, but I'll date." Not just my own ethnicity or my own race. All of that exists in this space, right? So I don't see it as being dead because number one, there's really nowhere else to go. Number two, money's here. Um, and number three, people wouldn't be continuously trying to stomp out this corpse if we were really dead. They're attacking. They're continuously attacking because we're actually really really alive, right? So, and I'll pause right there.
Okay.
Hey man,
All right.
always good to hear you speak, Mr. Z.
Right. Thank you.
So what I was about to say, like I said, the space isn't dead. Again, the reason why the space is controversial is because, again, even though it's a lot of arguing and fighting and whatnot, and Donovan Sharp calls it, nigga tube and whatnot, here's the problem. Nigga tube is more accurate on the problems facing men in modern society than most of them claim to. Okay, even the so-called white manosphere, we're way more accurate when it comes to the problems that men in general face. And again, the problem that they're running into is that all the gynocentric and misandric BS that brothers had to deal with starting in our community is now being infected and is now affecting all of Western society. It's like if you dropped a nuke and what they're experiencing is basically like the nuclear fallout. You know what I mean? But instead of just simply admitting, hey, we tried to nuke the so-called black community, metaphorically speaking, with
I
all this
was
genocide.
literally gonna say that.
Yes.
You won't get that because you're.
Yeah. So instead of them just admitting it, what they want to do is they want to play coy and say, "Oh, we don't know why it happened. Oh, we just woke up one day and all of a sudden, we just started getting preferential treatment of women, and these men just felt isolated all of a sudden." It's like, no, we deliberately went out of our way to undermine so-called black men, especially. And what happens is that we thought that with these gynocentric laws, we thought that the only people that was going to negatively affect was us, and it wasn't going to affect the rest of society. Nope. Instead, what happened is because, as the hardcore Q said, because of many so-called white women, because white American women are the world's biggest opportunists, they started using those same laws against that were initially aimed against us. They started using those same laws against them, and now basically they're stuck and they don't know what to do. And also because most brothers are trained to be nose blind. As Edward Aronson said, the John Henry complex, most of us are trained to be nose blind to a lot of this like casual disrespect, and we're trained to kind of fight through it. Whereas when it comes to many so-called white men, especially American white men, they're not used to dealing with just upfront disrespect. So this is new to them. So because of that, they're basically hitting the panic button.
And to back up what Big Kev was saying, and I think that's it right there. Too, you can't admit that black men are the canary in the coal mine, but because it's admitting too much, and they're never going to admit the racial element of this and why black men are the canary in the coal mine, because then we're going to have to eventually talk about government policy and how it was implemented against black men, ideas that were implemented against black men. It's not just culture. Yes, black culture, faulty culture, baby mamaism, and all that other stuff. But if you dig deep enough, what you're going to see is ideas and concepts and laws and more importantly, how they were implemented to screw over the black community, particularly black men. And that's why you can't admit that black men are the canary in the coal mine. You can't admit that because we're going to continue going and you're going to end up somewhere that I would argue much of the Western world doesn't want to get to. And speaking to something BGS and Rael and Complex were speaking to. Okay, so I think where BGS was coming from was not, you don't always have to buy your way in. Going to what Rael was saying, you don't always have to buy your way in. You might have to buy your way in almost all the time, but not all the time. There is such thing as grassroots where the money is important, but it's not the most important thing. Now, going to what Rael was saying is that you do have to come in with some money. Usually you usually have to buy your way in, right? So I definitely see where Rael is coming from with that, and forwarding some concepts, some ideas, and actually putting black boys and black men, really black boys, because ain't nobody care about the black men, really putting black boys in the forefront of whatever is coming down the pike. This is where you get Richard Reeves and Scott Galloway and Raj Chetty and all these other people speaking about the plight of boys in general, and where Richard Reeves,
Andrew Yang as well.
Andrew Yang, yeah, actually he does that too, but he doesn't speak
that
about.
That was literally a part of his presidential platform when he was running.
But he doesn't speak about black boys in particular. Richard Reeves, on the other hand, uses the plight. He's the one who kind of forefronts black boys, and in a weird way scares white society by saying, "Hey, if y'all don't get it together, y'all
Andrew Yang spoke to black boys as well. Like he had a whole entire platform, right? See, so if we were to go back to the presidential cycle where
what
he
do you mean,
ran,
the 2016,
that's who I was behind.
Right.
Yeah. And the reason why is because he go look this stuff up. Right.
Okay.
See, so I've been an ardent supporter, and like I said, he was a technocratic candidate, and I've said our platform is technocratic, right? And the one thing that we both saw was a need for males here in this country, black and all, right, to be competitive. See, that was his whole angle. That's why he didn't leave black males out. So there were a couple interviews that he did where he spoke specifically to black males, and I know on his podcast he spoke about it also. But that was why I was a supporter of him.
So I remember Andrew Yang from 2016. Also, I watched a bunch of his interviews, and actually found him different. But and the reason why I brought up all this anyway, the Richard Reeves and the Scott Galloway and the Raj Chetty and whatnot, is to say, all the noise and the hoopla that we're making on the internet is not just a form of entertainment. Going back to the question you and Rael were asking, it's not just a form of entertainment. And I would, with the slight caveat, I think for some people it is. I think for some people it is getting that energy off of the my mama hurt me energy. The girls I want don't want me energy.
Would you say some, half, or most?
I don't think those people stay. Well, let me explain what I mean.
Well, no, I'm saying when you said, I'm just curious. I'm just curious to know what you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm explaining because I think those people. I think people may enter the Black Manosphere because of heartbreak, rejection, whatever the hell, or maybe even divorce, alimony issues, child support issues. And I think when you get to hear Dr. Green Gorilla speak, BGS speak, you two speak, right? DC and those guys speak. When you get to hear Dr. T speak, I think those people evolve. So I would argue it might be half, but that number is always fluctuating because of who's entering, who's leaving, and where we are with well, where the individual is in their development. If they just stay in that entertainment realm, or if they evolve to like, okay, now we're speaking about the 15-point plan, or now we're speaking about let's say
Well, I was going to say
go ahead.
that's the thing. You don't
Mhm.
see that. What you
No.
saw and what you continue to see is, well, it was Chat JPT. So I'm not sure what it's about.
Complex, I can catch you up on that, right? Because you just
What?
told BGS don't tell you what you see, and you just told me that's not
No,
what
no,
I
no,
see.
no, 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 no.
I'm
I'm telling
just
you what I
saying.
see. I'm telling
Okay.
you what I see because this is what floods my goddamn feed. This is my phone that I'm talking to you on, bro.
Mhm.
I don't know what's on your phone. Okay. And I get shit from people talking about this chick. I ain't even sub to them.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm
Right,
not a
because
substitute either. Yeah.
because there's an adjacency with regards to Chat GPT and the Manosphere.
I love the fact that you call her Chat JPT hysterical. I was laughing
Well,
the
no,
whole
I
time
mean,
you've been
because dude, I'm
saying
gonna
it.
tell you right now, on our channel, we're so not trying to trigger the algorithm by saying the name. So
Okay, I
that's
understand.
what that's it right
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
she
yeah.
gets.
It's smart, but no,
Hold on, but the
Yeah,
thing
that's as
is,
much airtime she got, Mrs. Z. We already
Mhm.
pure invested 2 weeks in this bitch.
Right. Well, see,
3 weeks.
the thing is,
Three.
the
It's
thing
3 weeks
is,
now?
Yeah.
Shit.
Go ahead, but
Fuck,
Ryan trying to
probably
say
more than that.
Ryan trying to say something, but yeah,
let me
no,
say
it's like
this.
3 weeks. Go ahead.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Okay.
Okay.
I have to keep going back to the institutional building thing because we are okay. We all have heard of Germantown. We've heard of Chinatown and all of these different types of enclaves of certain ethnicities that we can infer is a place where centers of economic activity occur amongst these people. And for all the rhetoric, even though Asians don't really participate in the system politically like that, they get a lot of stuff done. Okay? Because they have made people have to respect them.
Because they're not the number one target, Ra. I agree with you, but Ra, like this is where we get into the back. I agree with you. Let me say that first. But they're not the number one target, and we both know that. You could. They were not the group of people that were brought to America to be the permanent underclass.
Wait. When you
Pretend
say
like that's not a thing.
target in what way? Socially speaking?
Yes, socially, politically, and economically speaking. Don't forget the
Mm-hmm.
Chinese Exclusion Act. So I agree with Rod that the Chinese, the Japanese, the South Koreans, even the Vietnamese have done, even the Filipinos, especially in the West Coast with the nursing programs. I heard they killing the nursing over there on the West Coast,
Well, I'm
right?
saying
So,
they've been dude,
but they're
for
still
a couple
not. That's how
decades
you
now.
remember. That's how you get the honey trap thing. That you and Nameless the one who put me on that. When I did, that's how you get that. That could never slide with no black women. What? They would have been on her from the jump. Why are these black women with these white politicians? Blah blah blah. So when you see things like that, we have to be honest that yes, they're moving in a very intelligent way. We can't take that away. But they're
Wait.
also
When you
able to
say
do
who,
that.
you're talking about sisters, right?
No. I'm saying no. I'm not talking about black women. I'm talking about the East Asian community and the South Asian community actually too, right? That's how you get a lot of the
Well,
tech
you
industries,
got to
right?
look at
Yeah.
well, Mr. Z. So let's
Mhm.
look at this for a second. Let's look at the geopolitical landscape. Let's also
Mhm.
look at the business landscape, right? Okay, so you mentioned the West Coast Filipinos, right? So we got them all, right? All the Asians, right? Chinese, right? They done bought up a shit ton of California, right? And then Japanese, Filipino, Korean. You got a whole Koreatown in LA, for example, right? See, so every I would say major Asian ethnicity largely is present. Okay, they're present. Now here's what they have. What they have is they have a tie to the homeland and their business infrastructure, manufacturing largely. That's typically what's going on. Stuff is being produced in Asia, being brought here. Now, this speaks to Raul's point, why they're largely agnostic, politically speaking. Why? Because what they do is they have their own supply chain, right? You see, so what they do is they make sure that politicians ensure that their businesses are safe in the cities and in the counties in which they operate. Okay. All we're talking about doing is literally duplicating that model, right? It's very easy to reach over into Asia, get things going, other areas that manufacture certain things. Hell, it may not even be like a physical product. It might be a digital product, something like that. It might be an information product. You might need collaboration from somebody. And if you're really trying to do it out of your own pocket, right, then you're on Fiverr, you're sourcing somebody to do your graphics and stuff like that. But see, what we're doing is that we're leveraging global business simply by using an app like Fiverr and hiring somebody and paying them a fifth or a sixth of what you would pay somebody here in the US. Now, listen, I understand that we're in this age of inflation, and we've got this whole BRICS movement going on. That's why I wanted to bring up the geopolitical and the geofinancial aspect of things.
Time to do this. This is the best.
Right. Well, this is what I mean. This.
Yeah.
So look.
Go ahead.
This is the reason why these things are more important in terms of not only black men leveraging this stuff, however, putting black boys in a position, right, to not only be utilizers of the technology, but also the developers and the deployers of the technology. Okay.
Add to that the environment.
Go ahead.
Taking advantage of the environment. So much of the civil rights movement that Ryan and BGS were speaking about earlier, you get that because Martin and Malcolm and all the rest were embarrassing the U.S. on the global stage in front of the Soviet Union, right? You're talking all this about the hammer and sickle and how oppressive the Soviet Union is, and you're talking about what they're doing in Germany and whatnot. You're talking that. Meanwhile, what are you doing to black people in the U.S.? I'm tying that to the current environment right now, right? Where the U.S. is in this kind of situation with the Chinese and the Russians, and there's a window there, right? So on top of a fast-moving technological space and time, on top of where we are with STEM, right? And the fact that the U.S. is looking to bring a lot of those factories back home and and start to develop these things back home because we're that advanced in technology, right? And the Chinese, their labor cost has gone up. Let's be clear, it's not the 1970s anymore. So
they have to. Their cost, everything over there, their cost and everything has gone up because we have started to pull our orders away. So actually, that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. That's why I wanted to highlight that, which you just said, because there is. See, everything strives to strike some sort of balance, right? So every time something happens over here, something's going to happen over here, right? You see, so the call and the need because of inflationary costs and things of that sort, right? What's happened here is that you have companies that are starting to form, right? Like we do, like one of our company, right? So what we'll do is we'll maybe source components from China, not whole vehicles. You get what I mean? What's happening here is that there's a lessening of a need because of all of the factors that you just mentioned, right? All the geopolitical stuff, right? The BRICS maneuvering and all these types of things. Listen, man, if the U.S. has an interest in this Ukrainian war and Germany does, but then China has the power to come in and try to broker something, right? There's going to be people that aren't necessarily happy about that.
Facts.
Right. But what's happened with all this is that in all actuality, prices have actually gone down in China. So in the US, given that we have inflationary costs, guess what it's actually good to do? Buy from China. I know it sounds crazy. But guess who's losing orders? Okay, because it's not just the U.S., it's everybody who's NATO related, right? See, so a lot of European companies, guess what? Pulling their goddamn business out of China, going to Taiwan, Vietnamese, going elsewhere, or what you spoke to, setting up shop back in their home countries, where what they do is just source basic components that can be air freighted, right? Little basic shit, motors, battery.
Globalism was a way that the U.S. bribed the rest of the world to get on board with their shit. Coming out of World War II, I'm kind of expediting what we're talking about. I know it sounds like I'm going.
I was just mentioning
you
that.
understand? I'm not. Yeah. So
yeah.
And now, because starting really with Trump, we may not need to do that anymore. And so you're getting other people realizing that the U.S. is coming back home and focusing on itself a little bit, right? And that's going to change the landscape. And so other people are going to have to do that too. And because the U.S. is the one that secures the shipping lines. And if the U.S. decides not to do that, then guess what?
Well, that all depends, right? Because see, now you're talking about Mexico potentially joining the BRICS, right? You see, so what happens here is that you reroute your shipments from like the ports over in Long Beach and stuff, like close to where I live at, okay? And then like Oakland and stuff, where the other large port areas are. And then you just route it over to the Gulf and you just dump the shit off in Mexico.
How are you part of the BRICS and NAFTA at the same time?
Huh?
Wait, not NAFTA. How are you part of the BRICS and the partnership between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico?
Mexico.
I'm talking about from Mexico.
No. Well, you got to understand when Trump ripped that up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
You got to go back. You got to go back to when he first became president.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, because see, at the time I was bringing in shit from China. Right,
and by the way, before we continue, Complex, I want people to understand why we're talking about all of this while we're speaking about black boys. This is not. We didn't really go off the subject matter. We're saying how you take advantage of all of this.
There you go.
How does it end up helping black men and black boys? Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Well, I think what was the point? Shit. What was I saying?
How Trump ripped up the deal
yeah. So that's where the whole trade war started, if you recall. So you got to go back to when he was first elected, and so one of the first things that he did was they put a tariff, or I'm sorry, a blockade on anything like electric cars, and it was things like cell phones, like Xiaomi phones, Huawei. The 5G switches, right? So basically what he did was he stopped China from bringing in cheap electric cars that basically, and I'm throwing this in air quotes, would meet DOT standards, right? And killing the automotive industry. Okay, that was why he did that. All right, and so I was like watching it like a hawk because I wanted to make sure that e-scooters and e-bikes didn't fall into that fray, right? And it didn't. Luckily.
In other words, the Chinese and the U.S. are in a nighttime street fight with their knives out. It is a trade war.
Well, no, it was. No. They were when Trump was president.
You don't think they are now with Biden? I think Biden's continuing.
No. I think
Trump is.
No, I think based on those documents that they found at Biden's house, I think he's doing their bidding.
I don't know because
but let's get out of there, right?
Yeah. All right.
But I'm just saying, hey, if you want to talk about those documents that they found at his house, that'll tell you everything.
Hey, knock.
Yeah. No.
Hey, y'all
it's Mr. Wong. Let's just say knock. Knock. It's Mr. Wong. It's Mr. Wong at the door.
Hey, I haven't heard from Z in a couple months. What happened to him?
Hold on. But you have to take into consideration too. And this is where it gets real dicey for Black American men. See, we have an advantage in a place called Africa that other people don't have, and we got the color, and so we can slide in there as Mike V has talked about because he's touched down over there. And so you're talking about projected, I think in like 2075 or something, there's going to be over 2 billion people on the continent. It's already over 1 billion now.
They're the only continent with positive population growth.
So now you're talking about a market. Now you take black people in the United States who have the most advantages of all black people in the world and have all the access to technology, infrastructure, built business formation at their disposal, and now you create a product that you can sell on the continent. Now you're talking a different ball game. You're talking a different ball game because you can use America as your base, but you can also use Africa as a satellite for you as well. And so, but if you don't have the view of looking at things like that, because here's the thing, black people can't complain about dependency while keeping themselves in a dependent state on the very people that they're complaining about all the time. Like you're going to have to produce. For a lot of people that actually got pissed off at Donald Sterling actually says something that a lot of black people needed to hear. And what he said is that, what do black people do for each other? That's a question that a lot of black people don't want to have to contend with. It's always good.
Rob, let me say it, Rob. I buy their cars. I buy their houses.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. It's easier for a lot of black people to fight racism than to come together and pull their resources together like black people did, because it wasn't any less racist back in 1875.
That was the whole point.
You know what I'm saying?
That was the whole point of us bringing that shit up.
Right. You had more of a need, back then. The problem is that a lot of these people know they have black dollars. They know they have control over black dollars. And the reason why they know they can control black dollars is because they'll come in black communities and set up businesses in those communities. Go to some of these other groups of people and try to set up a business in their group, in their little bubble, and see how well that work out for you. It's not going to work out well for you. And that's the issue. Your dollars are leaving, your power is leaving your group because you have become a dependent, consumer-oriented group instead of a builder of industries, so you can actually fortify. This is about fortifying your position. Man, business is war, y'all.
This war is nonviolent warfare, man. Y'all got to understand this shit.
It's war. Like, it's soft war. We ain't got guns. We using the rules of business to win. And so you got to learn and understand this game. If you do not understand this game, man, you are going to always be you're going to be window shopping. You're going to be on the outside looking in, mad that everybody else is eating and you're starving. That's why so many Africans come over here and utilize the system, and they take the resources that they make here, they take it back to Africa and build them some shit there, homes, businesses, because they know if they can just get a leg up here, they can transfer that wealth to another country like Africa, wherever they from, and they can make some shit happen.
Let me ask this question. Okay, if we were to go back, let's see, 30 years, right? Maybe, yeah, to like the late 80s, early, right? And let's just say the six of us on this panel right here, we wanted to start up an electric scooter business, right? Because they made, Razor's been around a long time, right? For example, one of those, they were like first U.S. company to kind of make those popular, right? And they've been around for a long time. So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think it would have taken for us as black men to secure a factory in China to manufacture scooters, electric ones, mind you, ship them over, right? We have the infrastructure and everything to receive them. Then we also have to like plug them into the commerce chain that existed at the time. So mind you, there's no internet. There's, there ain't no Amazon, no, ain't none of that shit. Okay. You at Kmart, you're at, whatever this, who?
Woolworth.
Woolworth. My mom tells me about
Woolworths.
Woolworth. Well, I went way back with that one.
Yeah,
My mom told me about that shit. Goddamn.
yeah, Woolworths, shit like that,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How difficult do y'all think that shit would have been?
Not really, and it would have been cheap in the 80s. China factory.
No, I'm saying like if we go back to that time, right? And I'm saying our ability to access, right, to access this type of stuff to bring a quality product to the US market. Right. And then at the same time, also, once it gets here, then tap into all of the retail supply chain as it existed at the time. I'm asking you, how easy do you think it would have been at that time?
You know, I have two answers to this. There's the answer I was giving earlier.
No,
Which
give
is,
me the very realistic answer. How easy do you think that would have been? Electric scooters. How easy do you think that would have been?
See, the
Well,
electric scooter
I
part.
would say it probably would be like.
Well, wait,
market
hold on.
on-
Wait, chaos. Let's Z and then yeah. I want everybody to answer. That's what I'm saying. Z
Because I'm
was.
thinking about the whole infrastructure. I'm thinking about
Yeah,
the
I would think it
money.
would be difficult just
But
because.
we gotta go.
Yeah.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
But you're not. You're talking
Right.
about what, like 87? Let's say 80, 19. You said late 80s.
Yeah,
So like
because there's a
87.
point. Yes, there's a point I'm trying to make. So if they go back to that time, and I'm asking you, how easy do you think it would have been to do this shit? Go back to that time.
Not easy. I don't think it'd be easy at all.
Right. Oh, you said not easy. What about everybody else?
I don't know of how easy. And I don't want to throw this in there too. Now you're talking about Negroes that just jumped out of Jim Crow like a decade before.
No. I'm asking you about the process of procurement. Literally doing it. That's what I'm saying. Let's get out of that
I don't think it would
philosophical
have been
shit.
easy. Okay, I wouldn't. It's not
So
philosophical.
you
that's a
say
fact,
no.
but-
You say
and I
it
don't
would
think-
not be
yeah,
easy.
I don't think so.
Okay, so
I
we
don't
got
think so.
two not easies. Chaos.
Yes.
Yeah, what you think, man?
I mean, if you have a plan layout, it should be not that difficult, especially scooters.
No. I'm talking about you have to go back to a time where we didn't have all of these apps and these various global e-commerce platforms.
back? You
I'm
mean
saying
like
you got to go back
years
to. I'm not sure when you were born, but if you go back to the late 80s, early 90s, right? Let's say 87 to 91. How easy do you think this would be? If all of us wanted to do this right here, how easy do you think this would be?
Oh, in the 80s, it'll be no time.
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s, dude, like
that-
87 to
that'd be-
91. We're trying to start a company.
That'd be no problem. In the 80s, oh yeah,
You said no problem.
yeah.
Really? To
Yeah.
source. Oh,
I mean, the reason why I would say is let's think about this complex. If men are like businessmen, right, and they got things together and they have a plan drawn out, and let's say they have just enough money and they were like traveling like that, you know how
Mhm.
far the dollar would go if we took it in network, let's say with someone across the east, you know, and lay out a plan.
and you're saying like these would be the things that would be necessary to make it easy at the time that we're speaking to?
I mean, back then, I mean, that's
Yeah, back then.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how I look at it. I mean,
So you're saying, so what you're giving me is the method that would be easy for that time.
yeah, for that time, yeah.
Okay.
Think about it. There's no distraction, and like how we have it now, and I mean, should be no problem. I mean, if we have
No,
the money-
okay. Yeah. Point taken. So what you gave me was like sort of like the easy method
Mhm.
for that time.
for that
right.
time, yeah.
Would you say that easy method is easier than today?
I mean, today now, could we now?
Well, I'm seeing with Alibaba, with Banggood, with all of these various
Now, if
apps
we're
where you
talking
can
about
connect directly with.
like the Sun Online.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Commerce, like global commerce. Yeah.
That global commerce. I had to say, man,
Is it easier today or back then?
I mean, how I look at it, if we really set ourselves and said we want to do this and have the money ready or network, it should not be a problem. This is
No,
not
I'm
fair.
saying,
This is just my.
I'm saying,
But
does, no, I'm
technology
saying,
today,
does the technology make it easier today for
yeah,
you to do
with
that?
technology now today, yeah, very easy now. You
That's the
man,
whole point I'm trying to get at, right? So
yeah,
it's actually easier today to do this global thing than it was back then. That was the whole exercise that I was doing with this. And this is my whole point. We get so lost in these past narratives. What we don't understand is that today is actually the easiest time to do the global thing, right? Right, that we always keep saying that people are stopping us from doing for various policy reasons, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Just to piggyback off of what you're saying, Complex.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna let
Go
y'all.
ahead.
I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret, okay? Because I've talked to some women on the ground in Africa, okay? I'm gonna let y'all know what's taking place. There are a lot of white dudes. I mean, you have Asians there too. But you have a lot of white dudes from the West who are going to Africa, and they're setting up all types of businesses over there, okay? Because they see what's coming. While we're sitting here twiddling our thumbs about the Sinjis of the world and all of this type of shit, they're over there actually getting into the space to set themselves up to take advantage for what's coming there. And we need to be at the forefront. We have way much more of an advantage than they do, okay? But we're not taking advantage of it. Like I said before earlier, Mike V already talked about how we can go over there and how they talked about how they would rather be doing business with us than anybody else. And from what he said to us, it is not that hard. And so when Mike is getting on these panels and stuff like that, he's speaking from that particular angle. See, there's a level to this conversation that a lot of people just don't get. They think that we're coming in spaces and we're trying to beef and this and that and the forth. Like if we wanted to beef, we'll show up on panels all the time and just fight. We don't do that. We come to give specific type of information to get black men to orient their brain capacity so that they understand what's really taking place out here. Because a lot of black men don't know. We're not saying that you have to know everything. Like, yo, we've been at this stuff for a long time. Like, yo, you got to get into this shit though. And you're going to sit here and let these fools just come over there, get the women, get all in there. It'll be like a colonization 2.0 and let them come, or a softer version, and you'll let them come over there and take advantage of stuff where they're looking. There used to be a time in the history of the world where from Africa to the Caribbean, people were looking for black Americans to be the one to take charge, to be the ones to take the lead, to get everybody to the promised land. This is why you have Booker T. Washington in Africa. This is why Garvey is Pan-Africanism is really related to Booker T. He was actually doing stuff on the continent. Garvey was inspired by the things that he was doing. In Togo, he was in Liberia. He was actually inspired to replicate what he saw Booker T. Washington do in America as far as Tuskegee. He wanted to do the same thing in Jamaica. What he wanted to do was build the same type of structure so he could train men and women to have the skill set that was necessary so they could actually be the ones who build things for the future. So what I'm saying is,
and then wait, Raul, and then also wanted to connect it via the mainland states, the islands in Jamaica, and Africa vis-a-vis his Black Star Line.
Yes, absolutely. He named one of his ships after Booker T. Washington. That's how much respect he had for him. And so you're talking about, like, he read Booker T. Washington's Up from Slavery on a ship when he was traveling. That's what inspired him. So we're talking about people like who really were laying down a foundation. We're just picking up that mantle that was laid down a long time ago. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, trying to
This
pick
is
up where
this
they
is this
left
is
off.
like when people hear about this stuff, like you understand when you doing the research, you understand like this is nothing new. When people talk about, oh, we need black businesses, man, we been knew that shit.
No
We was
shit.
already on that shit. Like, what are you talking about? Like Booker T. Washington was like, yo, him, George Washington Carver. They literally was like, look, we have to control our own market. We know each other better than anybody. So we need to create the best products that we can sell in our group, get this money, take this money, be able to compete in other groups, in other markets. But we have to dominate our own market. That's the problem now. And me personally, I don't know if we can ever get that market back, because I just think people just across the board, just they mind on too much different shit.
No, it's
Africa is a
globalized now,
demographic.
Rael.
Yeah,
It's
Africa is a
globalized now,
demographic that
bro.
we can really
Yeah,
step
it's
onto the
globalized,
continent.
man.
Yeah, we can really step onto the continent, and we're talking about, like I said, over 1 billion people, and all we have to do is create products that can help fortify that we can get this money, create the institutions like we have done in the past under worse conditions. So now it's we got a whole lot more freedom than we used to, and I think that's what Complex is getting to. It's a whole lot easier for us to do it now. Yeah, it was difficult. We still did it back in the past, but yeah, we was under duress. Now it's a different ball game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, now it's like, bringing up the past is like a moot point
Complex,
when I can like call China on WhatsApp.
Wait. Rod, don't kick the chair. Don't kick. I'm gonna ask Complex a question that I've asked you.
Ain't
before.
no chair, bro.
No.
We already. There ain't no chair.
So here's the question. Because I agree with you that I will say things should be easier now than they were in the past, particularly for Black folks. But then the question is, then why is entrepreneurship at a 40-year low across the country, not just for Black folks?
Because it's not centric in the right growth markets. And this is, once again, I'm going to go and point back. I'm not trying to pop collars here, but I'm going to go and point back to our channel. That's what we centralize and focalize on, right? Everything from grocery and food and logistics and every goddamn thing. Everything is all about fourth industrialization. Quick question. Have you heard about this I don't know if it's a rumor, if it's confirmed. I think it's been confirmed to some level or some extent. But Tesla has the Optimus robots building the Model S and the Model X. Have you heard about this?
Heard that. No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. See, this is really what we're looking at here. Have you heard about GPT-4? I was about to say
yes,
Jay.
Yeah.
GPT-4 and the onset of AGI. Have you heard about this?
No, not the onset of AGI, but
they got another chat GPT Complex you can put in the chat.
Well, four is the next version. Then they go 5, 6, 7, right? But see, here's the thing about 4. 4 is the spark for AGI. For those of you guys that don't know, that's artificial general intelligence. So that's kind of like the type of intelligence we possess as humans. Okay. I don't know if you guys know about this.
But before you continue, because I want some clarification on something that you said earlier before.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
So,
you said you want some clarification. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you were saying, when I asked the why would you say that entrepreneurship is at a 40-year low? You said because we don't have what money, or we're not investing in the right growth market.
No, you're right. I said because the entrepreneurial pursuits are not centric in the growth markets, right?
Okay.
What I find is that a lot of the newer entrepreneurs and stuff are what they do.
Want to open restaurants or something like that instead of investing in.
Okay. Well, pin that, because Ryle knows where I'm about to go. Pin that. But I think really what the point is that a lot of people aim to utilize like influencer spaces, right? And so what they have to do is try to maximize the algorithm for our customer base, right? Instead of serving a fundamental need to their direct community. Okay, you see, so the new model in the fourth industrial age here is you extract resources from somewhere else and then you bring them to where you're at. That way you can enrich the community. Think about it, right? That would typically, which especially in something like in an high inflationary period that we're in, right? Economically speaking, right? It would make more sense to acquire resources, maybe utilize human capital, human resources vis-a-vis something like a Fiverr to get things done, right? That can then maybe serve the need for the community, and in addition to that, then provide a job or a bunch of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see, so what we have to do is understand how globalism is affecting the global economy, our national economy, local economy, part that technology has to play. So you mentioned restaurants, for example, right? I would say this would be the best time to start a restaurant if you started a virtual one. Have you heard about those?
You mean like an eBay type restaurant online, like what people doing?
No,
like,
it's pretty much they don't have any customers come in or anything like that. The only brick and mortar is to make the food. Like it's more like localized.
Right.
And you
It's all app
they
based.
order, exactly, and you send it out through
Right.
app. They order through
Right.
app. Everything is I've heard of it.
Right.
I've heard.
And see, the reality is that this is the new age we're going in. That's why I mentioned, you know, the chat GPT-4, AGI, you know, the Optimus bots, right? The moratorium. Did you hear about this? The moratorium that Elon Musk and a bunch of other dudes got together, and they wrote a letter, sent it to Congress, and said, "Hey, listen, we are officially requesting a 6-month moratorium on AI development." Why? Because the AI race has ran up so quick that they're just like, holy shit. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't. And when you first did moratorium and they met up, I was like, nigga, this shouldn't sound illegal as hell. Right? This is like antitrust.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
The inner
really,
lefty in me was like, nigga, this sounds antitrust as hell. What you talking about right now?
well, no, it does.
Yeah.
But then you got to understand what the reason why is because.
No, but it makes sense afterward. Yeah, no, it does. It does. Yeah.
Well, here's the reason why. Because they understand that Open Chat, the company that developed Chat GPT, in all the variations that are coming out now, that now has, was it $10 billion of Microsoft money, right? And I think a majority interest in it. They're not going to slow down. They're going to ramp up, right? See, so in order to not get beat out of the AI race, they're trying to lobby Congress, right? Because I don't know. This is where it gets into all that AI shit. But the whole point that I'm trying to bring up here is that these are the very realistic things that we're facing. Okay, that see, whether you're a man or a woman, we're staring in the face of this.
But okay, so let me bring that to the overall topic at hand. So this is, you know, BGS says we're in the space now, and I think Rael kind of skims around this too, where if you want a black community, you're gonna have to fight for it type thing, because nothing is holding it in from the outside anymore, or the outside pressures aren't what they used to be. So you can your people can leave now. They have the option for the most part. And so I would argue what this technology does to particularly black men, black men, black women relations, but even non-black relation, I think it exacerbates the issues already. If you get what I'm saying, because the necessity for men and women to be together, it's not there anymore, right? Or it's dissipating, and so you're getting to a place where you're only with these people out of want, and I don't know if if men and women can get over that. And by the way, this does affect your boys. I'm tying that to black boys by saying now it becomes more of an open competition And it's not black people versus white people and Asians and Latinos. It's black men versus black women and white men and Asian women and Asian men. And you, so like that.
I mean,
The fact that you get what I'm saying. You see where I'm going now? Yeah,
no, I know, I get where you're going, right? But let's just do this, right? Each person has to pick their fucking battles here.
Boom. Yeah. Boom.
Go ahead, Rahul.
I mean, look, you know, there's nothing more nationalistic than trying to design your own economic infrastructure. There's nothing more nationalistic than that. Okay. When you look at after World War II, and we're talking about an empire that was brought to its knees through 2 nukes. Okay. Talking about Japan.
Yep.
And they, at that point, they knew they lost. I mean, hell, they even have in their constitution right now that they can't even they had it at one point in time, they couldn't even have a military. Okay. So what did they do though? They realized that they needed a power, and they focused on now you're talking about a very proud warrior culture in Japan, a very proud one. They realized they said, okay, y'all gonna make a car, we're gonna make a car better. Y'all gonna make a VCR, we're gonna make the VCR better. And for the last 40, 50 years, Japan has been like number 2, 3, 4 economy in the world. Okay, with no military. And so my point is that they understood that once they got reduced to such a low state, they had to start at the basic level. The problem with black people is black people want to sit at the table, and they come into the table with no shoes on, bare feet, like not with the shit together. Like they're not coming to the table really ready to have that really full conversation, because unfortunately, and this is one of the points that we're gonna demonstrate when we do this stream on Booker T. Washington is that this started with W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois is the one that split the civil rights from black economic expansion, because he in all nutshell, he was jealous. He was upset that Booker T. Washington was actually getting shit done. So what he did was,
business and politics are intrinsically tied.
Right. So he got pissed. That's why he formed the NAACP. He was pissed because he saw Booker T. Washington actually working. Because the people who were rocking with Booker T understood was, it's very easy for you as an intellectual at Harvard in the North to talk all that agitation shit when you don't have to live in Alabama and Georgia and Mississippi. You're not facing that, because there was at one point in time when he taught at, I think it was Atlanta University, I think it was, before it merged with Clark College. And
I was literally going to ask you, Clark. Like, okay, go ahead.
So when Du Bois was teaching there, they offered, I can't remember who it was, who was the president at the time, but the president was offered $2 million to fire Du Bois because he was agitating. And you got to understand, you had things like the Atlanta. I mean, it really wasn't a riot. It was white people just attacking black people. But what they call the Atlanta race riot, that's the kind of environment black people were dealing with. So I would argue that intellectuals who were out there agitating were putting black people, and especially in the South, in harm's way, because
they do it today.
Right. You're speaking from privilege, from a very comfortable position when you don't have to deal with the Klan like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was very irresponsible for people like him to do. That's where the split happened, because Booker T. Washington was never against civil rights. What he was saying was we need to use this economic model, and it wasn't just Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington grew up in an environment in the South where economics was at the fore for black people. Black people had just got out of slavery. They had to create some damn economy. They had to. So when he understood, so hold on. So what he understood was, he said, and he understood it's like no group of people is going to respect you if you're not serious about business. Nobody is. That's across the board. And so what he wanted to use was, he wanted to use his business philosophy to actually put black people in a position to actually secure their civil rights. That's what he was trying to do. And people tried to misrepresent that.
Actual leverage.
It's actual leverage. So
I think this is where BGS come in.
Hold on, let me say this. Historically, people have been misrepresenting what he was about. That's why you've had people who have to go back into the history and really understand, like, yo, man, this dude was really ahead of his time, because the same issues that black people had then, as far as the economics and stuff like that, even though they were addressing it, are some of the same economic issues that black people now. Those, and you have had the Urban League, you've had the NAACP, and you've had all these groups, and at the end of the day, they still haven't solved those same problems.
But I think this is what BGS was saying earlier, which is, give me 1 second, House. I'm gonna move out the way in like 60 seconds. I think this is what BGS was saying earlier, is when he kept on asking, okay, what happened to those businesses? It's because what you're saying is, yes, the finances, the business, but without the political institutions to make sure, because remember, you're still a minority of the population. What happens when you don't have that political infrastructure to make sure you don't get exploited, make sure they don't burn your business down to the ground, make sure these people, because remember, a lot of the people that was running from the South back in the 1950s, 40s, 20s, 30s are people that had legitimate businesses, were doing fine in town in BFE, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and some racist redneck feels a certain way, and him and his brothers go, so like, what happens when you don't have the political infrastructure, even when you have the money? Shit, even if you have the guns, right?
Well,
so
see,
like that,
see,
I think
Mr.
that's
Z,
where.
Mr. Z.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Finish your point, and I want to follow up on what you.
No, I'm done. I'll pause right there. I'm done.
Hey guys,
Okay,
guys, let me speak for a second. Okay,
yeah.
Complex Design, Mr. Z gets the response, and then we got Hot Sauce and Mr. Fantastic up here. So,
Okay.
All right. So go ahead in that order.
You know your board game,
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay, but
Kevin?
No, I can hear him fine.
I can hear him clear. Yeah. It might be you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
heard
I can hear him just fine.
okay, all right, guys, go ahead in that order.
Okay, yeah, you sound fine, Kevin.
All right.
So in response to what you're saying, so this is the reason why I made the point to VGS, like, okay, we understand things that took place in the past. This is the reason why we leverage the things that we're discussing now for the future, because we we intrinsically understand that the legal structure of things is far different. Even today, dude, they're putting laws on the books now that protect people who think there's something that they're not, right? And I'm gonna leave it right there. So that's proof. I'm gonna leave it right there, bro. But that's proof of that, right? See, so this is why Ryle and I, once again, we were speaking to, understanding what area of the legal realm we need to tap into to ensure that we're utilizing it to protect our interests. And that was when I told Rogus, I said, well, this really all is centric to what you do, right? The ultimate point I'm trying to make here is that we have to be far more engaged than what we have and what we have been. And when I say engaged, I mean understanding the nuances to the point of the things that we're talking about right here, right? And I don't like to speak from a position of non-experience. So anything that I have no experience in, you won't find me talking about it. You get what I mean?
So
Yes.
yeah, I would like to just kind of add this kind of conversation.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm running a little bit more time.
before you,
No, he could go. No, he could go because I don't have a response to what
it's me right
to
here.
to what. Okay, I'm sorry.
I said to be fair, I'm
Mhm.
gonna ask you, and this is hot sauce.
Oh,
I'm
he's
just
got to ask the question.
yeah, I'm gonna ask the question.
Oh, sure, sure.
I see hot sauce on the Roger Report very often. Welcome to this channel. Of course, me and Roger are habitual line steppers, so I'm gonna ask you the question. Do
Sure.
you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
Do I believe the Black Manosphere is dead? I believe the Black Manosphere is probably, that's a tough one. I would say this. I think the Black Manosphere is
Come
not
on, be
dead, but
honest, hot sauce.
it definitely fraction. It has fraction. Let me say that it has fracture.
Fractured. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
it has
that's
fracture.
okay.
Right? You have people who are like kind of everywhere. You have people who just kind of like, well, the white girl, it's going to be the white girl. You have other people like, no, you need to be pro-black. You know, I mean, it's fractured. It's clearly fractured, right? You having people bringing up beefs from like way back against each other with different content creators.
Mm,
So
okay. Now, add what you were gonna add to the convo.
yeah. So this is where I kind of stand with the situation. We're building a black economy. One, I want to say Booker T. Washington was right. Um, but I think that when we're talking about building black infrastructure and black empowerment, I think we're missing a couple of things. We're not addressing the black psyche, right? Because black people in general, en masse, prefer to work for white people than to build their own, right? Black people en masse are just
Mhm.
taught to be workers as opposed to, you know, empowerment, economic empowerment to their own people en masse, right? Of course, you're going to have outliers, but en masse, the average person, right? We go to school,
Mhm.
we feel a sense of admiration working for a big Fortune 500 white company, as
Mhm.
opposed to, like, for example, a lot of Asian countries that are very nationalistic, right? They'll work for a company then to build their own thing, right? And then they get adulation for starting their own thing. Also, they get the support of that, right? Another thing is that after, like, we in the black community, I don't know if we know how to sell to the majority, and then I don't know if we have enough strategic foresight to kind of build up you know, these economic institutions. For example, if we build something in America, America will destroy it, right? We have seen it time and time again. 53 different Oklahoma cities have either been flooded, destroyed, bombed, whatever, right? So do we have the fortitude to go abroad to build up these economic centers and sell on the global market and compete on the global market? Because the Asians are competing on the global market, the Indians are competing on the global market. Hell, even the Africans now are competing on the global market.
Question, just quick question, hot
Yeah.
sauce. Outside of maybe say gentrification, right?
Uh-huh.
What's been destroyed? I would say
Um,
within, like, let's just say when we're talking about say a business sector
okay,
that
sure,
black folks were largely engaged in, that was just
sure.
that the
I'll give you
government
a quick thing.
destroyed.
Well, it doesn't. No, 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 no. It doesn't. It doesn't have to come from the government. It can come from other corporations. It just can come from
Well,
anyone. It
that's
doesn't have to be specifically
okay.
a government.
Okay,
For
so I want
example,
to clarify. I just wanted to
yeah.
clarify here because what you were mentioning here is that, like, and how I heard it and how I read it was that you were saying that the government would do it,
Well,
right?
this is what I this is. Let me clarify crystal clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Right now, there's less than 1% of black companies that have been passed down to a second or third generation. Beats by Dre been
Mm-hmm.
sold off. Water by 50 Cent's been sold off. Whatever, BET sold off. We all know the big, you know, those companies, right? I believe
Mm-hmm.
right now there's you know approximately 50 black owned banks that has about $1 or $2 billion compared to the 1 trillion in the black community and compared to the multiple
Mm-hmm.
trillions that America hold, right?
Yeah.
So my point is destruction doesn't have to come in a physical sense. Destruction can come in just mergers and acquisitions. You build up
Mm-hmm.
something and then just somebody sells it to another race or nation, and
Right.
that's where the black psyche comes in at, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we address black people where you don't sell to other nations, you sell within your own, or you pass it down to your family or things like that, right? Because we can
Right.
build all day. We can build all day. The government doesn't need to come destroy it. They can just acquire it, right? We can build all day and here's to acquire it.
Well, okay. I have a feeling Ryle wants to speak to someone about Black Psyche, and then I'll follow up on what you were just talking about in terms of the
But
business.
I'll have to listen from the cows. Thank you for your time because I need to run, but I'll definitely be listening. But again, I'm definitely do like me and right. I do believe in Black empowerment, but I just think that if it has to be done, I think it would be smarter to be done on a continent or even in Asia. Fuck it, just not in a European country. But I'll definitely be listening. Thank you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming through. Let's go ahead and get Mr. Fantastic in here real quick. Integrate him into the conversation. What's going on, man?
You got it, bro. What's going on with you?
Yeah. I'm gonna clarify you why you were tagged to this broadcast. This question didn't necessarily wasn't directed toward you. You're just a content creator I'm subscribed to, and you have been a part of the Black Manosphere for quite some time. So I'm gonna ask you the same question. Do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
But I don't know how you can die more than 37 times, man. So nah, I can't. This is like my short time being here. This is at least the 15th rendition of death.
Okay, all right. So I
Told
kind of
you.
knew you kind of go. I knew you're going to kind of go that way. So, all right. So, what do you have to add?
First off, man, appreciate you for bringing me up. Yeah. So I've been listening to you guys for like a good little minute, and it's just a couple of things I guess to address. And the last brother made a very very important point when it comes to the Black psyche. We talk a lot about I guess expanding and starting hubs and these different things on other continents, but the issue and problem is that is like if you look at the format that all these other places have and they're successful, is their home base is first, right? They migrate from wherever they're originally from, China, Japan, Africa, Europe, wherever, so on and so forth. And then they come here and they always touch bases, and they usually use that place to get a discount on whatever the supply chain or whatever they're using, and to have a source of whether it's resources, supply chain, whatnot, what have you. The problem that I'm always just confused about is to why we want to run away from home. You have to until we get something set up for here, solid here, we can't even really start talking about the expanding out to other places. Now it's much needed, I agree.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
But the problem is, for whatever reason, and everybody has their own ideologies, whatever it may be, about not being able to trust the government or the government doing all these different things and all this and whatnot, what have you. And this is always the my counter to that is I just don't understand how. And hey, Robert F. Smith,
Wait,
a lot.
just real quick, Mr. Fantastic, you say that again about expanding out to other places. What was the issue there?
Well, the problem is you have to take care of home first, or establish home first. Like you just sports analogies, right? You always have a home court advantage. So the problem is we don't have anything set up here in the States, and we're not even taking the best and most advantages of the States. When you have immigrants coming here, that's getting a bigger lion's share of the revenue and the business and all these different things on our home court. So especially when talking
with
about
regards
business,
to what are you talking about? Specific industries?
I'm talking about overall. Period.
Well, you can't you can say overall, right? However,
I can
and
prove
this
it.
is kind of the point that the reason why I'm kind of challenging this, we just spoke about this earlier, right? Because I was speaking to the new economy, right? And the segment, the sectors and industries that have a large opportunity curve, a future opportunity curve, right? Those things are not being swallowed up by the people that you're talking about. And that goes back to maybe about 30, 45 minutes ago. So the question becomes for you, what industries and what sectors and segments are we talking about?
Well, what do you mean? All of the tech industries are definitely being swallowed up by foreigners, Asians
Well,
specifically.
the tech industry is globalized, and that was another point that we were speaking to.
But that's still what I'm
Right.
saying though. So even though it's globalized, they're able to go from there, have what call centers and IT centers and all these different things that are much cheaper over in China and India and all these different places, right? The way they outsource,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
they come here and do the same thing. What I'm saying
No,
is,
so can we though?
but
So
we're
can
not.
we though?
We can too.
That's you just made my point. That's exactly what I'm saying. So can we?
No.
We're
I'm
not
saying we
doing.
can. You're saying we're not. And so I'm saying, as people that are doing what we're doing, you're saying, well, we as an aggregate are not. I agree with you. I agree. I don't disagree. But for somebody who is doing it, for a couple of people, there's people that are doing it, right? See, so we can kind of speak and say, okay, as an aggregate, yeah, as a whole, we are not.
Well,
But
that's
see,
the important
doing
part.
things like setting up call centers.
Yeah, that's the
right.
point.
The things about setting up call centers, utilizing international manufacturing platforms, right? Various logistics platforms to procure products and stuff like that. See, what I'm saying is that we can get in the game on that level. And I made a point to the brother not too long ago. I said, well, if you were to just go back about 30 years ago, how easy would it have been to do that?
Well, you kind of jumped my point, but I'm glad you did that. So that's what I'm saying. The crazy and extremely, I guess, I don't want to necessarily say dangerous, but unfortunate issue now is we're witnessing the downfall of the power of the American dollar. So now you don't even have that leverage over, like you said, a 30, 40, 50-year time span that we all had all of this time to establish these hubs, establish these supply chains, establish these other places to get resources, right? When we had the weight and the leverage. Now,
well, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish, and I'm gonna respond to that. Go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying. So now it's like we're still talking about expanding out in like a disadvantageous situation to where we still have not, for whatever reason, established those things here. And that's what I'm saying. It needs to be more focused than double time. Now, like I said, of course, for the brothers that are doing it, it's great. The problem, the issue is, like you said, we don't have enough support from other people, and then it's like all these different things or whatnot, what have you. So my point is that basically, the whole black people supposed to be a permanent underclass by 2050, right?
2053. I said 2040.
Yeah,
I said
and I would agree, especially now, if this is going to happen the way it's looking is going to happen, it's definitely going to be accelerated. I wouldn't necessarily say a whole 10 years or 13 years, but I would say somewhere between 5 and 7. But either way, give or take, right? So what I'm saying here is that and shout out to you guys for doing the work and making it it's not enough people listening. So it's going to have to be that specialist group or that very, very serious sect of black men that actually come together and get in on this, so we can salvage as many people, especially the young black boys, as possible, because nobody's working for them other than us. My bad.
Here's the problem though.
Go ahead, Rob.
This is I mean, this is the thorn that's been in our side. Typically your business class in your groups, and all groups are going to run your group. Okay. They're going to be the innovators. Okay. And they're going to be the ones who come up with, products, solutions to problems, because that's what business is all about. Business is all about bringing a solution to a problem. And so the problem in Black America, and I've seen this in these spaces, when you start talking about your business class, your business class of Black people, for example, what you have, especially in the spaces of males, when we get to talking about business and what needs to be brought to the fore and stuff like that, you have too many dudes who get offended because they can't be right. Okay? Now, that's some ass backward shit, because it's not like we're saying the stuff like, oh man, we better than you. We're saying it like, yo, y'all need to get on the shit that we're on, because this is the way to go. We just got to the answer before you did. That's all.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? At one point in time, I wasn't on some business stuff, but when I got to it, I approached it like a newborn baby, which meant like I didn't know shit, but I needed to learn and I needed to explore. And that's all we're really saying. You got to be curious. And so this mindset, this is why I really, because I've been trying to figure this shit out for a long time. And then once I got my hands on the research as far as Booker T. Washington and what was actually taking place amongst Black people, I've been led to believe, just like everybody else, that Black people can't work together. Black people don't know how to pull their money together and do nothing. I was under the same assumption because that's what we've been hearing. Black people, crabs in the bucket. Like that's stuff that we just been passed down. We didn't know where it came from. We just heard our family members say it. We heard people's family, friends, family members say, just random conversations. Black people crabs in the bucket. They don't never, what I'm saying, they don't never want to look out for each other. But when I did the research and saw what was actually being built, in spite of all that overt white racism, Black people was the complete opposite. Black people were more financially literate,
man,
when they were the most illiterate people.
How the fuck did Black people do all this type of shit post-slavery, Jim Crow, all that, Black Wall Street and all that?
Black people.
How the fuck did that happen?
Black people were more financially literate when they were more illiterate. Man. Black people have allowed college, a lot of this bullshit they learn in college, all this bullshit intellectualism, because at the end of the day, when Booker T. Washington was moving, he wanted to work with Du Bois. He offered him twice the opportunity to come to Tuskegee and teach.
Same thing with Garvey.
He used a lot of social science research that Du Bois did in his teaching at Tuskegee. So he had nothing against the intellectualism, but what he did have a problem was with just people just being on theory all the time. He said it. He did not. He wanted more practical, tangible shit. That's why he gave Black men a school. And trust me, when he formulated Tuskegee was not just a school about teaching Black men trades. That's what most people assume. That's completely wrong. Booker T. Washington was not only having Black men learn trades, he was teaching them how to be businessmen so they could be entrepreneurs, so they could go out there and compete in not just the Black market, but compete in all markets.
You only had a fucking Air Force unit come out of there, Ryle.
Come on. We don't know the history of how great our people was post-slavery.
Fuck, dude.
Man, we had Black people that was trying to build their own stock exchanges because white people wouldn't let Black people list Black products on their stock exchanges. You're talking about Black people with not a lot of support were doing great things. The problem is that your intellectual class, your intelligentsia, your Black intelligentsia, your Al Sharptons, your Jesse Jackson, your Michael Eric Dyson type,
shit.
These were the people that keep putting racism in your face that got you scared to do shit. It has literally
straight up
into the spiritual consciousness of Black people. When you talk about psyche, what Hot Sauce talked about has seeped into Black people's psyche so bad that even when you're in an environment where you have more advantages than you ever have, you still scared because you scared of this racism boogeyman that they keep putting in your face. And that's what your issue is. Your intellectuals has been your biggest enemy. It has not been your blue collar Black men. And for all the Black men in this space that claim they love blue collar Black men, Booker T. Washington was blue collar. And at the end of the day, a lot of Black men don't have respect for Booker T. Washington, even though Dr. John Henry Clark said that Booker T. Washington was the best leader we ever had.
Straight up.
I'm just telling you what the research say, man. That's all it is.
And John Henry Clark said it too. On the record.
I was about to say, Booker T. also mentioned too the concept of like a balanced economy. Having like a wide cross section of specialists. So yeah, like you said, he was blue collar, but he was also like, you need people that are intellectually.
It's called look, bro, in this new age, and not to cut you off, but it's called gray collar. That's literally what I do.
Right.
It's a mix of tech and blue collar, or it's a mix of physical labor and some sort of soft skill based labor. It's called gray collar. And essentially, we're all being pushed in, I would say ultimately, unless you are very much software and soft skilled based, and even then you've got AI to work with there, right? I would say that though, on the uh, blue collar scale, that's where we're going to see a whole prominence of positions.
Yep.
Okay, for right now, until they deploy all these fucking bots to start building shit. You know what I mean? You know, but when I heard about Tesla, I was just like, whoa, huh? You got bots building the cars? Like shit. Okay. Right? So it's kind of like it's like an alarm bell for black men. The fuck are we doing right now?
Can we get rid of black?
Say that again.
Oh, what?
What
Well,
was
no,
that?
that's I don't know. I don't know if he was bullshitting, but no, that's what I'm saying. The issue and problem is, like I said, man, it's just the time is dwindling down more and more and more, and it's just not enough people. There's not enough urgency. Like you said, I don't think people even understand. I think what Tesla bot's supposed to roll out the end of this year or early next year, and
Yeah.
is much praise as people giving Elon Musk, and he's a fucking genius. I think the motherfucker's like an evil genius. But he's a fan of UBI. He's saying for the sake of his business, there's gonna have to be some type of UBI because the plan is to get the bots to do the work so the humans are obsolete. So it's not even
Fantastic.
really
We were saying this on BGS's
UBI is
platform
not a
back in
good thing, though, Fantastic.
2017. I shit you not. If he made those live streams available, you would hear everybody arguing against me and Mike V and Lionel and Antigraph and all of us. Okay. When we were telling people, because in 2017, Andrew Yang was running for president, or wait, he was running for the 2016. No, it was whenever Trump got it. Okay. But what he spoke to was something called a robot tax. Okay. And that robot tax would actually collect taxes from companies that were going to deploy robots to do manufacturing. Those taxes, they would be heavy. So the robots would, you can just run robots, right? So they can produce way more than humans can. So they were going to be levied a higher tax percentage than say like what you would pay if you paid income tax or some shit like that, like where you worked, right? So they're
payroll tax.
essentially or payroll tax. So they would take a payroll tax approach to each robot that would be utilized, right? Tax the shit out of the company utilizing it. That money goes into a UBI fund, which then gets dispersed out to the people in the community affected by companies that come in and use robots to do jobs that the people there could have done. There you go. That was robot tax.
So
the thing
that's
with
that. So accomplice that they were gonna use that, then subsidize using the military budget for the UBI. Partial that they're gonna use the taxes of these robots. Correct?
No, I mean no.
That's totally separate. Military is totally separate from whatever. Yeah,
No,
that'd be private.
yeah.
That's private sector.
That's private sector.
Okay. All right. We got a Clue channel up here. What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah, and I gotta ask you the question. Do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
There was never a black man's. It's not a black manosphere. It's not a. It's nothing man about that space. That space is nigger tube. It's not a black manosphere because if it was a manosphere, they wouldn't submit to women the way that they do. That space submits to women so much. Whatever women want, they do. They comply.
They, as in who though? That's what I'm asking, because I don't like, as part of the space that is called the Black Manosphere, I don't ever remember submitting to a woman at all.
No, but the space that they call the Black Manosphere submits to women, the black woman.
How?
because they do whatever they say.
No, the fuck we don't. What are you talking about, bro? Never
I think he's
have.
talking, I think he's talking about a
That's the
certain.
big.
I think he's talking about
Uh-oh.
certain types of
The
content
Black
creators.
Manosphere
No.
submits to women.
Again,
Tell me I lied.
we keep asking you directly to give an example. You've yet to give an example there,
An
brother.
example. Okay. An example. Okay. You have a woman who she's never shown her face, and she's one of the biggest content creators in the Black Manosphere.
Jason Black's the same way. Jason Black's bigger than anybody. Any single solitary.
Which woman don't
content
show her
creator.
face? Which woman don't show her face?
I believe he's talking about
Hold
Miss
on, man.
X. That's what I think he's talking about. I think he's talking
Well,
about.
I mean, she does show her face. You just haven't.
But she's
You know,
not
I
the
guess she's
biggest
had to
woman
prove that
content
is her
creator.
face.
She's not the biggest woman content creator. She only got 20K subscribers. 20K. She's not the
Who
biggest content creator. Female. Just X.
And then even with
So she
women,
doesn't show her face, bro. Yeah.
even with women being in the space, men still dominated though. Like 95,
Yeah.
96% of the content
Black
creators are
men do
and
not
it's not-
dominate the Black
No.
Manosphere.
It's what I'm saying is though, it's like, if the women dominate, like how? I mean,
They don't. It's just something that can. It's just something they say. It's something that everybody is outside says. Y'all ran by the women. Y'all ran by the hoes or whatever. Again, he just used Jessica X, and like somebody pointed out, the biggest female content creator from the Black Manosphere would be Kirsten Cure. So I mean, she shows her face.
Yeah.
And she still doesn't get more support than any other black of singular black male content creators that have smaller channels than her. So try again. Next point.
But here's my thing.
You brought
is
up
that-
Crimson
Go ahead.
Cure, but okay, she shows her face,
Mm-hmm.
but she's still a big name. And was called
She
a manosphere.
came from the time she came. Literally, she was on the same panels that I was on. Literally, her channel did not have, I don't know, maybe 50 or 60 subscribers or something, maybe 100. So when she was around, I was around, right? Few people were around, and she didn't have nearly the subscribers that she has now. So I'm just saying, she was here around the BGS time, the Coliseum days. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, I was about to say, she came on in 2018 after her first husband had passed away. So I know because I was actually watching her first few videos. Yeah.
This is nothing against Crimson. I like Crimson, but
Well, no,
it
I just want to
seems
make sure that the narrative regarding Kendra, and I know her personally, I just want to make sure we're being accurate. That's all.
no, it's nothing against Kendra. I like her. I like
No, it's
Kendra
nothing
Dean.
against her. I just want to make sure we're being accurate. That's all.
Yeah. But it seems that in this manosphere that the men in the Black Manosphere seem to kind of submit to the women who show up on the panel.
You saying all that, bro, but you yet to substantiate your claim. That's not the case at
Like
all.
what channels?
One of the biggest,
I think that
like
I
what
think
you
that was
talking
what
about.
panels that
Fantastic
I've
was
seen,
asking. What
Fantastic.
channels?
The panels that I've seen, fantastic. When the women show up on the panels, the men quiet down because they have to let her speak.
Let's talk names. Let's talk names,
Fantastic,
right?
fantastic.
I came up here. I talked
Hold on,
names.
hold on. Fantastic. Check the back chat.
Let's talk names. Who are you speaking to when you say these things? Like, who is it that's doing these things? Let's talk names. We're men here.
Okay. If a woman was to show up on this panel,
okay.
No. You said
Hell no.
panels that you.
Right.
Come on, dude. You said that there's panels that you've seen, and I'm saying, so what we're trying to do is contextualize this conversation, right?
Okay.
What manosphere spaces or spheres, right? Who are these channels that you're speaking of that are contributing to this sort of malaise, so to speak, right? Like, who is it? I see. You couldn't say this channel right here.
No.
You couldn't say that. No. Just a few minutes ago, you said if a female came up on this channel and I had to stop you because, see, as long as I've been following Kev, that's never happened. So we can't substantiate that. See, so what I want you to do is tell me what channels. Those channels you can substantiate. We can go to the channels themselves, pull up the videos, listen to them, and then say, "Oh, you know what? You were right about that." You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. So let us know which channels.
Well, look what's been going on lately. Look what's been going on lately. The women have been upset and the men react. The
Which
men?
men?
Of the Manosphere.
That's what I'm saying. Which channels? Which men?
All of them.
Who?
No, and well, hold on.
We
No,
haven't.
we had no. It's yeah.
That
It's,
man
hold on, it's
said-
been more.
man said
The
all of them.
dudes,
Come on,
bro.
man.
You got
Men are upset.
no. The
The
men
men
were
of the
more
Manosphere
upset.
react.
No, brother,
Man,
brother.
somebody
That's
done
not.
pissed you
Yeah,
off,
yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Somebody
yeah,
done
bro.
pissed you off,
Listen,
bro.
I know what you're talking about. Listen, bro. The last as of late, the Manosphere has been going at it with the fucking pro blacks
Bro,
and
you ain't
everybody
shit,
saying
nigga.
coon this, coon that, coon this, coon that, simply because you refuse to motherfucking go with give a damn about what a white girl and some white dude or half white dude said. That's so it has nothing to do with it's not enough females here for it to matter. Now I think you're mixing, quote unquote, the Manosphere up with another side of the street, or is it like an affiliate or like an associate? But the Manosphere, bro, nah, you can't put nothing about no woman having no motion over here like that, fam.
Why do
I
you
mean, or
even
you
care?
could just
Why do you
literally
even
tell us
care
like
what
where
the-
you
what the
where
pro-blacks
you're
think?
observing this from.
Why
You
do
could
you-
tell us that.
My thing is, why do you even care what the pro-blacks think?
The pro blacks have been coming at us.
Yeah, what are you saying? It's not the
Yeah, I was
caring.
about to say,
Again,
I was about to say, Clue. I was about to say, what the hell have you been looking at? The whole
Yeah, what are you
controversy
saying?
started
All
because
of
Like,
Jason
just
Black.
whose channel are you
Clue.
referencing, man?
All
That's
of the
it.
channels.
This started
That was
this
bullshit.
issue because listen, Jason Black
he said
fucking
all of
lied.
Jason Black. Let's talk about Jason
Jason
Black.
Black
Okay,
fucking
you brought up
lied
Jason Black.
and tried to
Let's
pull
talk about
and try to
Jason Black
put
for a
Pearly
minute.
on this space, even though his hypocritical ass interviewed two white
Big Kev.
supremacists and was totally
Big
cordial and
Kev.
respectful with him.
Big Kev.
He's a
Let's talk
fucking
about Jason
hypocrite,
Black.
and now all his fucking monkeys are coming at us and trying to shit on this space because, to be honest, the real reason why they hate this space is because we call out how full of shit most of them are.
Big Kev. Talk about Jason Black.
That's
You
the
brought
real
up
hustle.
Jason Black. Let's talk about him. He's the whole reason why everybody's talking about Pearly, right?
No.
Because of what Jason Black shared about Nick Fuentes, the interview, right?
No. We touched on this a little while ago, and I'm gonna have to drop off here, man. It's after 12, and I need to do some shit. I got a little more time. So
You in
check this out.
California?
Yeah, I am, but
Yeah.
it's like I got a kid.
It's 3:23 over here in the east, so yeah.
Yeah, but I got a kid and she's got school in the morning and I can do all that shit. But check it out. Right. So we made this point earlier, man. Like she touched ground with like Donovan Sharp, Coach Greg Adams, TLA, Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels, like you name it, damn near. And then the ones that she hadn't, those dudes co-signed her also. Okay. So you got to understand something. There's a circle or a sphere of guys, and a lot of people call them the pillars or the godfathers. I call them the enablers. Because that's how that happened, right? Somehow she became a topic of conversation. I mean, have you ever caught yourself talking about some shit and you didn't know you were talking about it? Has that ever happened to you? Please tell me it hasn't.
No.
Okay. Oh yeah, of course not. Oh, exactly. That's what I thought. Okay. See, so all I'm saying is that all these dudes, guess what? Yeah, they were. Yeah. That was subject matter priority number one. Okay. So it's indicative. It is. I'm sorry. And you know what? If I sound like an arrogant fucking prick, because we start pointing out all of the people that enabled this whole shit to get to the point where we're having this conversation right now. I'm so sorry, dude. We have got to identify people. That's why I asked you. Okay, I'm like, bruh, I know I sure the fuck know you ain't been on the brain trust and got that shit. I know that.
No, No.
Okay. So when I asked you, well, who is it? I just wanted to make sure. That's all.
It seems to me. Hold up, complex. It seems to me that this nigga Jason Black brought some information to you about Pearlie, and everybody in this space got in their feelings because
we
a
don't
white
care.
woman interviewed a nationalist named as Nick Fuentes. Everybody got in their fucking feelings.
No,
Because
don't. Here's the clue.
Jason
The
Black,
point-
who in my opinion hates black people more than Nick Fuentes, in my opinion.
Clue.
Listen to
The
way
whole
he
point we're
talks
trying
on
to
his
make.
streams. He hates you
Clue.
niggas.
Clue. The whole point we were trying to make here over the last hour, we were talking about the global economy, the shift in what's going on, right? Inflation and how we kind of balance these things, how we utilize technology to gain an upper hand on the changes of what's going on in the world, right? A lot of uncertainty, a lot of shit going on, right? That's what the fuck we were just talking about, right? Once again, Chat GPT comes up. What the fuck does she have to do with anything that we're talking about? Like I said, as an observer, we're over here looking at black men saying, Jesus fucking Christ, like what is I don't get it. That's us.
And that's the point that little Big Nate was talking about. It's like, why the fuck you keep talking about it when we have established 500 fucking times? Nobody gives a fuck about this bitch, and y'all still keep bringing her up.
Why?
Damn, like let it go.
Complex.
Yes.
Why do you keep embracing this term black?
Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, dude. No. I'm gonna tell you, right? And you when you ask me that question, if you ask me why do I embrace it, there's not an embracement of it. I'm just using the term, right? And that's why I said largely it's irrelevant. If you're gonna say, do you know your skin isn't black? I'm gonna tell you, oh, absolutely.
But you know what black means, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's all irrelevant.
What does black
I can
mean?
look at my I can look at my skin. Hold on.
Black
No, check it out. I'm going to answer the question because it's real succinct. So check this out. I'm looking at my skin. It's like a milk chocolate brown, right? That would be the apt description of what actually I'm two-toned, right? So then if you look on my shoulders and shit like that, it's more of like a caramel color, right? Born and raised in California. So I'm actually two-toned. So here's the thing. One of the things that I do know is those two tones, neither one of them are black. But for socio-political reasons, I understand that people that have my type of profile are called black. See, so what we do is we just use it for social-political reasons. Now, that is neither here nor there. We can. Well, here's the thing, right?
Can I tell you why?
Go ahead, dude. Yes.
Black. The term black has nothing to do with skin.
I know. That's why I said it's a social-political
term. You know what it
term.
has to do? Because I'm gonna tell you what it has to do with, but I want to know if you know what black means.
Social political.
It's
absent.
What's the point?
Go ahead. Complex. What is why do they call you black? Go ahead.
What's the point?
Why do they call
I'm about to get to the
people?
point, Rael. I'm about to get to the point.
Going in circles.
No, there's no point. You're going in circles, man.
Okay, let me get to the point. Let me explain the point.
You came over here railing
right
against
now.
it. I mean,
Keep Texas up here, and I want him to get in on this.
Let me explain the point. Here's my point. Black, these colors, black, brown, white, yellow, are to express hierarchy. Hierarchy. Not skin color. Hierarchy. The darker the color, the lower the hierarchy. That's what those colors meant. Those colors were meant to express hierarchy. White being the highest, the lightest, the highest of the hierarchy.
How does that apply to today?
Yellow, which was the Asians.
Right. And so in terms of an application for today,
and then went down to brown, and all the way to the bottom, which is black.
Got it. And that's the reason why I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, because I already knew that. But I'm saying, so since we just did, what relevance when we were just talking about global business, technology, the ability that enables us to, what correlation does what you just said have to that? What correlation? How am I supposed to patch this all together? Help me out.
Because as you continue to embrace black, you continue to embrace the bottom of the hierarchy, the lowest. You need to get rid of the whole black thing.
When am I on record saying I embrace black? Help me out. When did I literally say I embrace black? When did that happen? Just point to the timestamp, a different live stream or something where I said that. When did that happen? Because if I recall, I literally just said black is a social political construct. I thought I was firm when I understood what black meant.
Mm-hmm.
Stop fucking insulting my intelligence. I'm sorry, but dude, I don't like this type of shit.
Okay. Just want to let y'all know that black has nothing to do with skin color. It's a hierarchy.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man.
That's all I wanted to know. That's all I want you to know.
And we didn't know that.
Y'all didn't know that because you still call yourself black.
Who?
I am not a black man. I'm an American.
Hey, Ro,
man.
you want to drop off, bro? I'm gonna hit you up, dog. I'm gonna drop off, man.
Everybody's so mad.
Do you know any of us personally? Hold on. Do you know any of us?
Not complex
Do you know any of us personally to even
No,
make
I
that
don't
statement?
know any of you personally.
Exactly. So you're already coming
Appreciate
here
you, man.
assuming that you're trying to teach us some shit that we don't know. And Complex already gave you the answer to show you that he already
you
knew
embrace black.
what you were talking about.
You embrace black, don't you, Rozelle? Yes, you do. You call yourself a black man, Rozelle. Do you not?
No. Rozelle was the beatboxer for the Roots. This is Rael. That's the homie.
You don't even You don't even see the title. Hold on.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
All right.
You don't even know what that name signifies.
I'm not gonna let nobody do this shit, man. No, not for real.
You send him away? You send him away?
No, he's still back there.
Okay.
Like, you know, that was just his whole intention was to disrupt, and I don't like that shit.
I mean,
yeah, man.
I don't mind having the conversation, but
that's not a conversation. That's somebody
no conversation, bro.
That's grandstanding. That's grandstanding. Let keep it take and go, man.
Yeah, let Josh get in.
Because it really didn't really add anything to do personally to really answer the question.
He came over to gossip. That's all he did. He wanted to gossip.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Keep it taking. Keep it taking. What's up, man? What's up?
What's up, Kev? I think this is my first time talking to you. So peace to you, bro.
All right. First off, I gotta ask you the question I asked
you. Yeah,
the
question.
Do you believe that the Black Manosphere is dead?
All right, so I'm gonna give my opinion. I don't think it's dead, but there's a caveat. I think it's more stagnant at the end of the day. That's the way I see it as far as my opinion of the space in general. You know what I'm saying? Now there are pockets out there that are pushing, and the reason I say it's stagnant because I think more of there should be more of a push towards developing men versus the circular conversation about a lot of, and I'm not saying you guys do that or whoever, but I see it a lot where a lot of conversations are centered around what women are doing and pointing it out and using what women are doing or TikToks or whatever, or videos or whatever that, or to prove someone's point. Okay, but what happens after that? Where is the progression? You see what I'm saying? As far as like, how are we actually helping black men, because I get it. I mean, you can hear these conversations over and over where you're trying to point out the issues with what some people use these talking points, but modern women or whatever, the issues with women or whatever. I mean, at a point, it should be some level of progression past that, though. You see what I'm saying? And so that's my honest opinion of it. And maybe I'm biased because um I'm here for a particular reason, and that's to help more black men get into the STEM fields, or technology specifically, for the STEM fields. So and I don't see a push of a lot of other things outside of that. You know what I'm saying? And forward, as far as progression, business, and all that stuff. It used to be, and I don't want you to get trigger complex, but um I you guys know, well, I don't know if you guys know, but I was part of that whole Hall of Game thing with O'Shea's channel, and I know you had issues with him complex, so I'm not trying to bring that
With
up.
who?
I'm only bringing it up with O'Shea, and I'm only
Gabe
bringing it
A
up to
also.
prove a point. Yeah,
I'm pretty
and
sure
Gabe A.
you've seen
Yeah,
the type of shit that he's done, right?
yeah, and
Yeah. Okay. All right.
and so I'm only bringing it up because I don't know. That's similar to the type of content that I was introduced to when I first came into this space, as far as helping people with business, or at least talking about business, or talking about tech, or talking about different things that can help black men build at the end of the day. And so
Hey,
I
Josh,
don't know.
just quick question. Quick question.
I'm just
Why
giving
do
my
you think it
opinion. Go ahead.
is? No, I'm saying,
Mhm.
all right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm soliciting your opinion on this. Why do you think it is for as long as you've known like the brain trust to be around, type of stuff we've done, right? Our angle, stuff like that. What we're
Mhm.
trying to do with Manosphere 3.0, the space that we were trying to grow out, I would say that your channel is reflective of those principles, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Why do you think it is that, there's nothing that's shared from that channel to extend that growth, to extend the things that you're talking about in terms of the virtues of the space, what it is that we could be doing, right, to capitalize? Why do you think that is?
Because mainly the conversations are not about uh, women; they're about progress, and
No, I'm saying, but
the
your
space
channel,
is
your channel has
partially.
seen growth. But your
Mhm.
channel has seen growth, and then everybody will they'll credit like
Not
when they say,
everybody.
well, no,
No.
I'm saying the majority of people they'll bring up, they'll bring up keep it techie. Come on, let's keep it a buck,
Well, I mean,
right?
yeah, they bring it up, but
No,
not
so
not
I'm
as.
asking you, why do you think that is when there's other spaces, right? Right. I'm asking you to explain it to me. Why, like, what in your opinion? Why do you think that is, right? Like there's almost as if it's like people perceive that there's like this dearth. There's just this lack of channels, right? And brothers in the space that have really been pushing a different narrative, right? And even when I hear the technological narrative and stuff, right? I always like inconspicuously notice that we're always missing from the conversation, even though, we got to go back to the Coliseum days, which BGS just confirmed a little while ago. So, in your
Yeah,
opinion, why do you think that is?
because it's not centered around talking about the specific issues that talks about women at the end of the day. I mean, like I said, I mean, yeah, you do hear people say my name, but it's not to the point where it's relevant in the space. Look at, I mean, for instance, I mean, let's use this Kev's channel for example.
Mm-hmm.
uh I'm not included in the ads down in the description. I'm not looking for it. So when we talk about like black men space, I'm not included in a lot of that stuff, and that's
Well, no,
typically
he was saying
because
he pulled that from the the black official Black Manosphere list of content creators, which I'll lobby and say that Keep It Techie should actually be a part of that.
Okay.
Well, I
Right.
mean,
So I don't
it's
know
Okay.
who
Hey,
we have to talk
let me
to.
respond to that real quick.
Mhm.
Look, I'm not the only one that makes decisions on that. And
No,
second,
I was
why?
just putting that out there.
Okay,
That's all.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, cool.
yeah, yeah. It wasn't no shade at
Yeah,
anybody.
I was just putting it out there. I'm
and I
not saying you,
wasn't
Kevin.
taking
You're
it
the
no
one who,
kind of
because I know
And
you're
I
not the one
mean,
who did that
but
list.
you know what? No, I agree. You know,
Yeah,
productive
yeah,
men
that's
like
that.
Keep It Techie should be on the list.
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
I'm saying. I'm lobbying to
Hmm.
actually have him added onto it.
but see, I
I'm
always thought
actually
it was
surprised. I'm actually
because
surprised he's not on the list.
He's
I'm
not on
actually
it.
shocked. Like
well,
Exactly.
I
I'm
always
surprised
thought
he's
it
not
was
even on it.
because I always thought it was because you know, I never really was around BGS. I don't remember those. Yeah, you guys all say the Coliseum days. I wasn't around then. I don't even remember
I wasn't
those
around either during those
conversations
days.
back then. And I think the first person I was introduced to was Phil at Vise, and then like
Okay,
O'Shea.
Phil. Yeah.
So yeah, because
But I'm
I
saying
kind of
you were
came
on our
in.
channel early on.
Well, yeah, because of O'Shea.
Yeah.
Now no, it wasn't
Interesting.
you. It was Mike and Lionel. They went on O'Shea's for an interview. That's when I first saw you guys. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
some brothers doing tech. Let me go over here. And then y'all was talking about the summit. I was like, oh
Yeah.
crap, let me go over here and link up with these guys. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And that's how I was introduced to you guys, and I continue to, support
Well,
what you guys are doing. So
that's what I said earlier. That's why I asked Chaos the question. I was like, does this space is in entertainment more of a priority, or is
Right.
institution more of a priority? And he didn't answer the question, which was an answer to the question, because that's really what it comes down to. And so, like, my whole thing is like, if you want to be more known for entertainment, cool. You know what I'm saying? If that's your shtick. But I remember, man, may God rest his soul, man, when Kevin was here, and Kevin was talking about doing things like setting up internships for Black men to get them much more introduced into the business lane, because Kevin was really serious about the projection of power of Black men. That suit was not about just looking good. It was about projecting power. And when he was talking about doing things like internships and things like that, I don't care what your beef is with somebody like him. When you're saying you're trying to help Black men grow on that level, because once again, I've said this before, if you're Black, boy or girl, but specifically a Black male, and you make it to the point where you make good grades in school, and you get out here and you get to college, one of the things that you're going to face a lot of times is a lack of money, unless you just come from a family of money. And so when you can actually get access to internships that can pay you, when you can get access to scholarships that our business class should be providing for Black students, so when they go to college, they don't have to take a bullshit ass job at McDonald's, and they can maybe go get this internship at Amazon or Tesla, where they can actually network, so they can actually get into those companies or other companies that we build. Those types of experiences go a long way. When I was in college, I did internships. You know what I'm saying? I did AmeriCorps for 2 years. I did an internship at the governor's office, and this is before I even was interested in business. I actually did an internship in the Office of Small Business Development, and I made some really good contacts. So what I'm saying is that, like, we're sitting here stagnating the growth of young. It's our duty to help bring about the proper initiation of the younger men into the manhood and masculinity. That's our job. That's our duty. That's not the government's duty. That's not Black females' duty. That's our duty as men. And so that means we have to create the type of environment to foster that kind of development. Well, you can't really foster that kind of development in entertainment. It just don't roll like that. You have to be much more serious minded when you're creating these safe spaces, these sacred spaces for Black men, so they can actually really truly develop into the type of men we want them to be. And so at the end of the day, if you choose 90%, entertainment and 10% productivity, then it's going to show. I mean, it's really going to show, and that's really where it is, and that's why I said like this Chat GPT type stuff, man, is really showing that a lot of dudes have a lot of egg on their face, because I've seen Keep It Techie, man. He's done videos on Linux and shit, and I'm like, I'm surprised he's not on
that's
the.
my shit. Oh god.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like crazy type shit. So I'm actually surprised that he's not on the list, and that just goes to show you that the space, what it actually
That
cares
was why I said
about.
he needed to be on it.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
wasn't
Like,
fucking
that's
joking,
surprising
dude.
to
I
me.
was like, how is it? This dude like literally taught you Linux soup to nuts.
Right.
And then I'm one thing I also incorporated just to try to bring the faces to the space was, I mean, I've interviewed over close to 100 black men that are not I mean, most of them are not associated with this space, but they have been people that are associated with this space, like Mike V, for instance. I've interviewed him. He's in the cybersecurity field. I've interviewed close to 100 black men
I ain't been
that are
interviewed yet.
working in the tech industry. Yeah, I got to get you, Complex. I'm gonna get you, man.
I'm fucking with
I'm
you,
gonna
daughter.
get you.
I'm fucking with
you. And I thought that's what this space was for, and it almost feels as though certain content creators are shunned because they're not speaking on the certain narratives that a lot of the content creators want to push. Which I understand it. I mean, there are other issues, and I'm not saying that my issue or the issue that I'm trying to present is more important, you know what I'm saying? But it should be somewhat looked at as well in some form of fashion, as far as just helping brothers become productive. And that's, I don't know, and I guess that's why I have that opinion that it's almost like stagnant, because I don't see any progress past talking about the issues with modern women or what they're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Keep it techie. People really need to understand, like people like me and Complex and others, Mike V and stuff like that, man, tomorrow, like we've been in this space a long time. So we know a lot of the history that a lot of y'all don't know. And so we've been at this place before where there's been a reset, people trying to figure out, okay, what direction we need to go in, because the stuff is starting to get, wild. And we have always been the ones that said like, yo, we need to shift this to another, to another gear. And so a lot of times, man, like I think it's very selfish, to be honest with you, for males to come out here and have the ear, especially of younger males, and to try to litigate their failures and try to get those men to support them to be nothing really, and then take away from their growth and development. Like, I think that's really some selfish shit, man, because a lot of these young dudes, like, they're going to listen, and if it sounds good, if I was 18 and I've been through some shit, and I heard this space, I would be more likely probably to say, yeah, that's probably is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know that, hey man, they got this drone program over here that the Brain Trust is covered, where you could get the schooling paid for, and you can get in the program
your license, drone
and get
operator.
your license. If I don't know that information exists, and I'm looking at my life, and my life is not where I think it should be, I'm going to be more likely to say, yeah, that's the reason why I'm failing, because I don't have this other information. But if I got this other information, now I'm making a much more informed choice. Now I got to say, okay, do I really want to listen to this entertainment shit, or do I want to get to cracking and get to work? And to me, a lot of times these cats they're not serious like that. Like, we have had people like Doc Phoenix, man, salute to him, who has been on the Brain Trust. I mean, literally walking people down how to get into nursing, the medical field. I mean, talking about how to utilize the military benefits,
how to use the military to get into the medical field,
all type of stuff for free. You know what I'm saying? This man has mentored black students for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about gave up his time for free and mentored black students. And he talked about how there was somebody that came to him that was trying to get some black men or black students. I think it was black students into like a program, a MD program or something. And he said, man, he couldn't find one black person, man, to recommend for the program. Not one. And they were looking for black people, man. And he couldn't find one black person. And that just shows you like it's an information. There's no way I could be 18 years old in 2023 with all this technology, all these schools that could teach me all these different type of skill sets and think the sky is falling just because I don't have a girlfriend. Like, nah, man, you got opportunities out here to really get into, like, to really bang out here. More like, if we didn't have YouTube in the 90s, man, if we had YouTube in spaces like this, a brain trust, boy,
are you for real?
We'd have been on that shit, man. Like, and so like, you got a lot of dudes out here who are just being really fucking selfish because they don't want more of their attention to shift to people like us. And we're not in it for the attention. We want the dudes just to get the information. We're not here to be on some popular shit or we're more popular.
That's why we don't ask for no fucking super chats or nothing, man.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't on that shit. You know what I'm saying? We want the information to get to black men because the more, if you really want to solve a lot of your psychological problems, you know what you can do? Get to work. Get a plan.
Get to work.
Get a plan. And then that shit will start shifting out of you because now you focus. Now you're focused. The more you achieve, the more your self-esteem grows, the more, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure you could say that, attest to this, keep it techie. Man, when you started growing in tech, I'm pretty sure you got more and more confident. The more successful you got, the more self-esteem grew in you, the more confidence you had in yourself. Like when you did that like stream on Linux, like, man, you was dropping that shit. I was like, damn, man, this dude know this shit. And these are the type of men that's in these spaces, but they can't get to the actual young men that they need to get to because there's so much interference ran on this bullshit. And that's what set us off.
Hey,
like, we not here to be popular.
I have a suggestion, right? When you make the list, okay? So, you know, especially Kev, you know, when you make that list on, you know, with the Roger report.
No. Kev didn't make the list, bro. That's the thing we want to clarify, right? No one here made that list.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Whoa. Let me clarify. Let me go ahead and just keep it 100 with y'all guys.
Yeah.
I did put most of the names on the list when it first came out. And look, guys, I didn't mean for it to divide the space that much. I really didn't.
I don't think it did. I thought Roger did it, to be honest with you. I didn't know you did it.
It was Roger's idea. He had some of the names.
Okay.
But because of how I moved into space then and the content creators that I saw, I thought it would be a nice thing to not be defined by a male feminist or hater or anything like that. Because, you know, my thing is making sure a collective of black men is, you know, that we define ourselves. That's my thing. And
can I say this one thing to you, Kev? Like, I didn't come up here to complain about the list. I just want to make sure you know that I wasn't trying to. Yeah.
No. But I realized that it's just like I didn't even know at the time that it was gonna make that kind of negative impact because a lot of people.
Well, people did talk about it. Yeah.
A lot of people did.
They talked about it.
And it wasn't that I wanted to leave people out and then I was trying to gatekeep or anything. It's just that I didn't know a lot of people.
I just didn't know you did it. I thought Roger did it.
Roger, it was Roger's idea. Roger put a lot of the names on there, but I gave him most of the names.
Okay.
And it was also his idea to add names periodically.
I appreciate you for adding the brain trust.
Yeah. I mean, the Black Brain Trust, it's very important. It's very important that we have guys that are about something on that list rather than the people who talk ad nauseum, like you said, ad nauseum about bitches. You know, it's about women rather. You know, for those of you who think that the word bitch is a little strong. Go ahead.
I was about to say I wanted to make a suggestion on that list, what you or the Writer Report could do is that instead of just having the names of the creators, you could have it listed in like categories. So that way, guys
what?
like
I
Keep It
did
Techie,
think about that tonight.
Complex.
That's
like
actually
literally
that's actually a good idea.
just have like, oh, okay, here's the Black Brain Trust.
I didn't mean
technology.
actually, bro. Like you don't come up with good ideas. You know what I mean? I didn't mean that shit.
Yeah,
I was just saying that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Because that list does need a serious revision. It was not intended to, like I said, it wasn't intended to piss people off or to be exclusionary of anybody. Because every time we put out that list, people be like, "Well, what about this person? What about that person? What about this person? What about that person?"
Yeah, just put a disclaimer in there. Literally, just put a disclaimer. It's like, hey, this list is incomplete. We're still adding names here, so please be patient if your name doesn't appear here. That's all you got to do.
I mean, I don't know if you want to, offer up your email for solicitations for channels that people might want to suggest, so that you could say, "Hey, is there a channel that then you could go and check it out." Yeah, you go and check it out and vet it.
That already, and I really put it back there for Keep It Techie because even though
no, I'm saying I don't know if you have it like available, like if you go to about section of your channel. There's a field on there where you could put like an email address, stuff like that, right? And I don't know if you have one there, but I was just saying, like, if you wanted to solicit, like, let's just say, or people wanted to solicit you and say, hey, I think you should add this channel. I don't know if you have like an email address or something people can send it to you, and then you can go and check out the channel, vet it for yourself, and then say, hey, I think this channel goes, or you know what I mean, and then you just add it, or I don't know. That's just another thought.
But yeah, I would take all that into consideration. But it's like this, man. Who decides who's in the Black Manosphere for real? For real.
I mean, I think it's people who say they are, man. Honestly,
it's people who say they are. I would think it was more so the audience, the general audience.
Well, that's why I was asking you about the email thing just now, because the people can. Yeah, so they say, hey, this is a channel you should really list on here, Kev, and then you check it out. I mean, you vet it, right? You vet it, but what you just said.
But I will tell y'all this. If I look at a content creator and they're like, Black Manosphere ain't shit, fuck the Black Manosphere.
Well,
that is somebody I'm going to be very hard.
Obviously.
like it's like, and then like that's not a form of gatekeeping either. It's just that if you
it's just
the space, then it's gonna be fuck you.
Well, they don't reflect like the interest, right? That we this conversation was largely kind of predicated upon one. What do we all think, right? Is it dead? Yes or no? Okay, so what was it? Only Chaos was the only one who said yes. Well, he didn't say yes or no, so we have to assume he said yes, right? Unless he definitively says one thing or the other.
Say yes or no to what?
No, he said the casket dropped or some shit like that.
Okay.
Right. So that was his way of saying yes, right? See, so he was the only one who said yes. Everybody else said no.
And then like other thing about the list is a lot of people had a problem with the couple female names that were on it. It's like, look, I'm a man, I should be a part of this thing. Why is a female up here and not me? And I get that, but it's like,
well, Nicole Ali, I'll say for sure, because we call her the first lady of the Black Brain Trust, because she was literally like our first female member, right?
Yeah, and then like,
and it was around back then, yeah.
And it's because of like the females were chosen based on the association with a lot of the guys in space. You had the Crimson Cure, who was a part of the Masculine Mercenaries. I don't think they have that name anymore. I don't even think they're together like that anymore.
She bounced long, yeah.
So but at the time, that's what it was. And then we had to break down a woman's.
Well, actually, I think it was like the Black Order or something. It was some Black
weird
Order or something.
Yeah,
something like that.
Something. The Thanos Marvel Comics.
I apologize, but I had to drop down. It was good talking to you guys. I wanted to stay a little longer, but my wife gonna start knocking on my office door.
Okay, keep it
I
taking.
can
Hey,
get
my
bed.
hey, my email is in the back chat. Please take it down, bro.
Okay.
Communicate with me. I do need some advice for real though.
Okay, I got you.
All
Yep,
right,
no
for real. I
problem.
appreciate it, brother.
All right, no problem.
All right,
Take care.
Josh.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, and
Yeah.
shout out. I'm gonna get you on complex. I'm gonna hit you up, bro.
All right, bro.
Thanks,
No
keep it
worries,
simple.
man.
Yeah.
Yep, and I just subbed to your channel too, bro.
Oh, appreciate it.
Cool.
Yeah, have a
Cool.
good night.
Cool.
All right.
All right, peace, bro.
Bye.
Peace.
All right, and but my whole goal was like cohesion between the brothers, and one thing that I did found out is something that I should have kept to a few years ago. Cohesion between brothers is going to be very, very difficult because we have this thing that I like to call HNIC complex. Some dudes, instead of working together, they just want to be the leader so bad. So
Yeah, it's like trying to herd stray cats, man. That's why it's like, that's why like when people say working together, I'm like, to me, in my opinion, if you want to work together, don't wait on approval from other people to do it. Just fucking do it.
yeah,
If you're gonna
absolutely.
say, oh, I feel like we need to do about this. Do it. Oh,
Well,
I feel like
in
I
a
should
brotherhood,
start a business. Do it. Like
hold on,
my
in a
thing is, whatever works that's gonna help us get out of this quagmire that we're in, I'm like, fucking do it. Don't wait. Don't wait on approval. Don't wait on any cavalry. Just fucking do it. You know what I mean? And then if people fuck with it, they fuck with it. You know what I mean? Like that's my thing personally, and I think that's the beauty of this space. It's like, and I think that's what Edward Anderson was actually saying in one of his videos. It's like, I feel like we don't talk about this enough. That's like an actually important issue. I'm like, well, shit, you do it. Fuck it.
right. And see, hold on, see, when you understand brotherhood, you understand that in a brotherhood, everybody's a leader. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's no one man crew.
Now within that brotherhood, the men will come together in a form of consensus and choose who they believe is the most capable to lead them to accomplish their singular or common goals. Okay. And so that's the difference. See, when you have men who know much more, it's incumbent upon you to sit down and shut the fuck up and listen.
Straight up.
Like that's just what it's about. Like there's a reason why people will pay Warren Buffett $1 million for an hour of his time and sit down with him. And
they're not going to do that to debate him.
They're not there to debate. They are, and these are people who are successful and like they're successful. They're like, if I can get just a little nugget from this dude, it will make my shit just increase exponentially. So they'll pay $1 million just to have a conversation. He'll give the money to charity, but they'll sit for just 1 hour and pay $1 million for that conversation. Now you have people in this space who don't charge you $1 million. You know what I'm saying? You got MOT. MOT has been giving dudes information on trucking for fucking years. Like for years. You got different types of people in this space that will give you all types of knowledge on how to get into certain shit. You got Alonzo. I mean, he will beat you upside the head with that insurance shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he will knock you upside the head. Like, y'all don't, a lot of these dudes don't realize, like, you sit there and talk to Alonzo, especially if you talk to him behind the scenes. Man, you're talking about a financial fucking wizard. Like in the space,
very, very passionate about what he does.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like this is a black man that you can trust. That if you want to set up a life insurance policy for your family, he's not going to fuck you. That's very important to be able to have that kind of trust with something like that, because you're entrusting him with your family's financial interests. Something happens to a person or whatever, they're still going to be good financially. You know what I'm saying? That's a very important type of person to have at your back. So black men are going to have to learn how to sit at the feet of people who know more than them. Not because, oh, you think you're better than me. It's because you need the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You need the knowledge. I mean, if white people could go study at the feet of black people back in the day when we was running shit in the world, if they could do it, like, why can't you? Like, all of us have had.
I agree.
Complex,
agree.
you complex, you talked about people you've had to mentor with. They put you up on game. They weren't black, but they put you up
No,
on game. You know what I'm saying?
no.
Same thing with me. So you gotta come with a humble
Hey guys, I gotta
spirit.
drop off the panel. Thanks for having me up.
All right, take care.
Peace. You gotta
All
come
right.
with a humble
Peace, brother.
spirit
Thank
to
you.
be able to listen and not knowing like, oh man, them niggas think they better than me. That's some bitch shit. Bitches do shit like that.
It's ego.
You know what I'm
It's ego
saying?
shit, man. That's what kills black men. This ego.
That's what I'm saying. Like we don't come like I ain't coming with this like, oh nigga, I know more than you type shit. Like that ain't what it's about. I'm here like, yo, because I used to be in a place where I didn't know. I know what it's like to not know. And to know what I know now and look at that former stuff, man, that shit is scary, man. When you don't really fully understand how the world works, that's some scary shit. So if you got cats who've already went before you, forge the path and say, yo, this is how you do this shit over here. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up.
Like, yo, that makes it a whole lot easier for you. That's elder leadership that's coming to you. I don't give a fuck if it's a motherfucker 25. If it's somebody that's 25 that got more knowledge about that shit, I'm gonna listen like they are elder. I'm trying to get that knowledge. I'm not here for the ego trip. I'm here to fucking win. And if that 25-year-old know more than me, then fuck it. Hey, he gonna be teaching me today. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the student and he gonna be the fucking teacher. And that's just what it's gonna be. And that's how a lot of these black men need to come in these spaces where they around men who are much more in the know than they are.
Let me tell you
Hey,
something.
yo, look, listen. I'm gonna drop off. Hey, Kev, I appreciate you for having me up. Man, shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody that was on the panel with us. Hey, Ryle, hit me when you drop off, man. When you finish up, when y'all finish up.
I'm about to drop off too. Thanks for having me up too, Kev.
Oh, okay. All right, man. I appreciate y'all coming up and sharing your knowledge, man. It makes the conversation feel very productive. You know.
For sure.
All right. Thank you both. And you're
Okay.
always welcome.
Word. That's what's up, man. Appreciate you, Kev.
Great show. Great show,
right.
Kev.
All right. All right, fellas.
Man, Kevin, you did it again.
What do you mean I did it again?
Another lengthy show, but a
Yeah.
necessary show.
Yeah, it was necessary, but you know, I haven't gone this long like in a while.
I mean, you've been accustomed doing over 5 hours. Is it 5 hours now? Almost.
No. I mean, you like as of late, I think the most I've done in the past like few months has been like 3.5 hours. I was actually gonna cut it off at 2.5 hours, but then people started coming up, and then look, my thing is if black men want to speak, give their points of view, feel free. And my thing is like there's room for all of it as long as it's not counterproductive. You know, you got the productive conversations and then you have the entertaining conversations, because there has to be some form of balance. But, I'm also like against the people who sell out. I don't sit there and just because, I believe that or, I can acknowledge at least, how long somebody like Obsidian is here doesn't mean that dude is my fucking leader. And, it is. And one thing that people do have to realize is that just because we call ourselves Black Manosphere doesn't mean that we all think the same. We don't all think the same. All those people, like when Shay Sade shared that list and then all them people came with all the insults, with all the coons and everything, is my point was to try to tell those people was look, look, we all don't think the same. And it's like, they're like, you're guilty by association. So I got down in the trenches with them. So to all those people, maybe people who probably would watch my content or watch this broadcast later, if you feel disrespected by me, when you showed up like that to that post, still fuck you. I ain't got no love for no motherfuckers like that. Cause the thing is, you always should give somebody a chance to explain. Period. Don't assume that, somebody called me Steven from Django. I was like lame. I mean, so I got more creative with my insult. I said, okay, Google bundle of sticks, and that describes you to a T. It is like I always get away with calling people that as long as I say bundle of sticks. I mean, you got to be somewhat creative. You got to be able to be captivated enough to hold people's attention. And right now, unfortunately, all the bigger content creators, these, you know, a lot of things that were being said about those content creators are correct. You know, I'm never going to hate on anyone's success, but it's like, well, why look down upon people? You know what I'm saying? You know, it is like I can acknowledge that, you know, even though O'Shea has done a lot in the past, like that motherfucker on some hoe shit at this point. Like for real. Like, you know, and I wouldn't even say that if he wasn't going around calling everybody struggle streamers. Like, you know, everybody in this motherfucker had a starting point. That's my point. And what my intent has always been is to make things better between black men. And as long as this HNIC complex, this ego shit, and these motherfuckers that's using our dysfunction and our misery, you know, to, you know, I guess gain momentum and such, a lot of this shit won't be solved. I'm not saying it's impossible to solve. What I'm saying is that it is counterproductive. So, what I do is when I have panels is I try to have people on that I can learn from, and like I've learned quite a bit, believe it or not, from people that are not have been on only on these panels, but in the chat as well. So I hope that as long as I'm able to produce some content and you know to be able to come to you guys, you know, at least 2, 3, 4 times a week, then I can continue that same thing. You know, I want to be able to produce a platform where black men can speak and come up with different ideas. And, you know, in the whole talking about women thing, my thing is this, okay? If it's subject matter, if it pertains to a certain subject matter, like I'll probably be getting more into the news stories and such and making them full length shows instead of, you know, uh what I feel, then I'm gonna go ahead and do that type of content because you know you guys are absolutely correct. The content does need to evolve. We need to know that how these current events around us impact us, and especially for me being a dad, how it impacts our children, whether you can relate to that or not. But I feel like everybody can make a positive contribution. But like I said before a few times, like it just seems like the fuckery is winning. So the more eyes that we can get on more productive channels, we can actually beat this thing. But guys, it is not just up to a handful of content creators. It's up to you as well. You know, it's up to the audiences that support these people. And until we can make this turnaround, this is what we got to deal with. So try to bear in mind that although that there are some sellouts and people who really don't give a shit about the direction of black male media, black man media, excuse me. Uh, there are some of us that do, and hopefully I can be regarded as one of those people. But seriously, it's up to the audience to you know, and from what I can tell, a lot of the fuckery is up to the audience as well. So hopefully that I can be a better content creator, you know, for all of you guys who watch and all of you guys who participate in the panels. And I mean, it really means a lot to me that you guys, you know, continue to consume my content. And, you know, hopefully, you know, you can kind of, you know, I appreciate you guys and hopefully you can feel the same way about me. But when motherfuckers insult me, I can get down in the trenches. I mean, I feel like that I'm one of the best insult artists on the planet. And fortunately for me, I haven't had to show that side that much. And you know, I don't wish to, but I will stand up for myself. And I suggest to each and every one of you that is watching this program that you do the same. Period. Don't let nobody disrespect you at all, and don't let anybody disrespect what you believe in. And yes, I believe in the potential of this space. And you know, until it becomes almost overwhelmingly decided that it's just I can't, you know, advocate for this space anymore. Because see, I don't try to let like the opinions of 2, 3, or 4 guys out of I would say 70 to 100 affect and chip at my resolve. You know, I'm a tough I'm a tough shell to crack. Period. You know, it's like I don't crack under pressure. Period. I don't do it. I don't care how much I am insulted. I don't care how much I'm discouraged out of doing something. No, I'm not a bandwagon player. I'm 100% me. Period. And I 100% decide that. And, you know, I respect you for 100% deciding who you are as well. Don't let anybody else do it for you. Be your own person, not even me. Period. So that's it. That's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the many people that showed up. I know maybe many of you won't be here, you know, for another broadcast, but that's fine. You know where I am when you want to come. So uh, great. Thank you to all the panelists for making this an interesting conversation. Um, thank you for the super chats and the cash app. I really appreciate the support. You know, and that's it for now. Long live the habitual line steppers. And Kev, we trust. And when you don't quit, you win. And I don't plan on quitting anytime soon. So see you on the next go round. Peace.